It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at the beat here. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. Once again, welcome to Frederica Friday. I'm your host, the definitely not super tired Marcy. Yeah, today's gonna be rough. just putting it out there already, right off the bat. We're gonna be getting into some pretty dark territory today. So, I would definitely heed the content warnings at the top of the stream, because they are going to be very relevant. Yeah. Anywho, I don't really know that there's anything else I can say in particular to really preface or prepare you for where we're gonna go in this stream. So I think there's pretty much only the way forward ahead. Yeah. let's get right to it. And yeah, as Writer for Life 724 just said there, just know that if you got a dip, there's no shame, take care of yourself. Absolutely.
The die of fate had been cast. Reporting to a public agency, which we'd been kept being warned could instead result in something far worse for Satoko if we didn't have the evidence first. And just like that. Had I failed? Had I let my emotions get the better of me in that moment?
Armak, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thankfully, Evie Curry, as far as I remember, I don't think that particular content warning actually comes back. So, at least not in this particular arc. I don't think the subject is mentioned again. I could be wrong about that, don't hold me to it, but as far as I remember, I don't think it does.
Maybe I should have stayed silent and left everything to Mion, since she had been relatively calm. I remembered the punishment game where we had to badmouth Curry, and how me saying anything would have made it worse, and Satoko told us to leave the talking to her. Maybe it was the same thing here. I was impulsive, so maybe I should have just shut up and looked at the floor. But it was too late to lament it. The die I had thrown wouldn't be coming back into my hands. All we could do was pray for something good to happen.
Keiichi-kun, you did everything you could. So, leave it to the teachers now. Okay?
Everything I could? If I really gave it everything I had, if I had really struggled, I would have dragged Satoko out of her home last night and hidden her in some abandoned house. I didn't, so that means I didn't do everything I could.
Stop thinking about it, alright? You're being a little too persistent, Cage-kun. At this rate, you'll collapse.
Just leave me alone. I left her with those words and stared lazily up at the ceiling. I wondered if I'd really got Chie-sensei to understand. Would the public agency intervene and solve everything within the day? Would they acknowledge the abuse and guarantee her safety? After lunch break, our afternoon classes were mostly self-study. The teacher came back to the classroom occasionally, but when the phone in the lounge would ring and she'd have a long conversation, the phone in the lounge would ring and she'd have a long conversation with the caller. Everyone in class got the feeling they knew what those phone calls were about. Sensei came trotting back from the classroom.
I'm really sorry for all the phone calls recently. Let's call it a day. President, please lead the class.
Everybody stand up! It looked to me like Sensei had been wearing a dark expression ever since after lunch break. It wasn't a very relieving expression. It wouldn't be. Even if Sensei 100% understood the situation and passionately explained it to the other person. At the end, the Child Consultation Center, as a public agency, would be the ones to decide whether to get her to safety. Sensei understood that as well as us, and that's why she looked so unreliable right now.
Sodas with the $10. Happy to finally catch up and watch live, and excited to see Satoko be okay. Delusional. One can only hope.
Kei-chan, let's go home. I don't think anyone feels like having the club today.
Mi-chan, it's no fun if someone's not here.
Rena was right. It was no fun for us if someone was missing. If the teacher's expression had shown more promise, then maybe we could have gone home more comfortably. But I couldn't let myself feel relieved. I couldn't be naive and tell myself all I can do is pray now that the dice have been cast, just in case they didn't get her to safety and decided to wait and see again. I'd need to take further measures. We've asked the people who could do something official already. Then, there was one more place that was worth asking for help. She might laugh it off. Or I might be right, and I could be endangering my own life. But I'd try. Oh, Mion. Is it okay if I stop by your place today? You've got a lot of manga, right? I want to borrow a bunch of them. Huh? Sure, I guess. There was an ominous meaning behind my words, so Mion realized what I really meant right away. I wanted to talk about something alone. That's what I meant.
Mi-chan, Keiichi-kun, let's go home!
Rena already had her shoes on and was waving to us from the schoolyard. Mion's house was gigantic in every way imaginable. The house itself was a vaguely old-fashioned, traditional Japanese house, but the yard, I guess, or their plot of land, was enormous. It easily convinced me that they really were major landowners with Hinamizawa under their thumb. Mion brought me through the guest room, and a servant brought us some tea. Wow, you really are rich, huh? You've even got housekeepers? Grandma and I are the only ones who live here. I wouldn't be able to do everything myself. The servant left, telling us it was 5 o'clock, then withdrew with soft footsteps. We have people come in to take care of Grandma and clean 2 or 3 times a week. They come in rotations of 3 or 4, so there's someone here almost every day. Only until evening, though. Oh, and if we're having a party or something where we need more help, we call it different people. If you had the money to hire all these people, then just take Satoko in. I glared at her as I thought that, and Mion seemed to catch on immediately. Sorry. It's fine. I know it's not a money problem. Just to be clear, my family may be rich, but it's not money that I can use freely for myself, okay? I don't want you to misunderstand that. It kind of looked like I was bullying her. Mion had been apologizing to me a lot lately. Was Mion the sort of person who would do that this much? Maybe it's just that I've been looking so grim lately. So, what's up? You had something to talk about, right? I have something pretty serious to discuss, Mion. This will be sudden, and you might be surprised, but I want you to hear me out. What? Oh, I'll give you a way out first. Even if what I say is true, you don't need to admit it. You're allowed to play dumb. But I want you to listen until the end. I have something to say to the next leader of what's still the most important of the three families of Onigafuji village, Mion Sonozaki. At first, Mion looked like she had no idea what I was saying, but at hearing the whole sentence and putting it together, she reacted. Where'd you hear that? It doesn't really matter. I definitely couldn't tell her who told me. Takano-san, you told me not to, but please forgive me. This was why I asked you about it, after all. I was surprised just that you'd heard of Onigafuchi village, Kei-chan. But you seem to know a lot of things, both true and false. About me, too. Yeah, true and false. I really might just have the wrong impression here. But I'm okay with that, so listen. And if it really is true... I don't know what you're getting at, Kei-chan, but let me say this beforehand. You've got a big misunderstanding. So if it were possible, I wouldn't want to hear what you're about to say. Because even if you said it, I couldn't do anything to help you. Still, if talking about it will lighten your burden even a little, I'll listen. I'm only just going to listen. Nothing more will happen. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Mion seemed to know what kind of thing I'd be talking about. She warned me that doing so would be fruitless. That much was obvious. If what I was going to say was true, then the Sonozaki family would be the masterminds behind the string of freak deaths that have been occurring every year in Hinamizawa. You know that stuff about Oyashiro-sama's curse, right? Mion nodded a little. No one knows what it is or why it happens. Even if each incident is solved, the string of deaths and accidents as a whole is still a mystery. But there's one thing connecting them all, and that's how the targets are always enemies of the village. Seems like it. Mion spoke as if it didn't relate to her. That was fine. She didn't have to admit it. For now, I just wanted her to stay quiet and listen to me. The day after tomorrow, it's Watanagashi, isn't it? Has the sacrifice for this year's curse been decided already? Mion didn't answer. Her expression remained the same, too. Like she said, she was just quietly listening. Sorry. The promise was that you just listen, so it's weird for me to ask a question, huh? Mion gave me a look that she'd never given me before. A faraway look. A sympathetic one. She didn't nod, she just smiled faintly and listened to me. If this year's curse isn't going to be on Satoko's uncle, then please change it to him. I mean, last year it was her aunt, right? If it's in the right order, it's in the right order, so it wouldn't be weird. You're right. Seems like there's an order. I mean, after her aunt died to the curse last year, he abandoned Satoko and fled into the town for a whole year. Why wouldn't a guy like that definitely be next on Oyashiro-sama's list? There shouldn't be any issue with choosing him for this year. I see. If he were to die from the curse this year, no one would see anything unusual about it. I heard that Oyashiro-sama's curse is, well, no matter how I looked at it, I wasn't sure whether I should continue. No matter how I tried, the words wouldn't come out. The string of freak deaths in Hinamizawa, also called Oyashiro-sama's curse. You're saying they're incidents perpetrated by the village, carried out by the three families at the Sonozaki's instructions. Is that it? I don't care one bit whether you have anything to do with it. I'm just saying, if you have a way of communicating with whoever decides the targets of the curse, then I just want you to tell them to choose Satoko's uncle. Please. Everything you've been saying has been terrible. If the freak death incidents in Hinamizawa were carried out by the will of the Sonozaki family, that would mean the main culprit would be me, wouldn't it? I would have chosen the target of the curse, given the instructions, killed many people, and gotten rid of others. You're calling me a murderer, Kei-chan. I didn't say that. Didn't you listen to me? I don't care whether you're the one behind the murders or not. I just don't... Even if you were the culprit, it doesn't change the fact that you're my friend. It doesn't matter at all. If the police were chasing you, I'd come to help. I'd make you an alibi and even help you escape. Because we're friends and comrades, aren't we? Mion looked surprised for a while. She was dumbfounded. Now you're declaring yourself complicit? Kei-chan, that's pretty bold of you. Come on, don't interrupt. Satoko's uncle. Choose him for... Stop right there, Kei-chan. I want to start on dinner soon, so I'd like you to leave things at this. Mion! I then realized that my cheeks were wet with tears. They slid down my chin and fell, drip-drop, to the tatami mat. It's like I said at the start. You've got a big misunderstanding. Oyashiro-sama's curse is just that. Even if there were people behind those incidents, they don't have anything to do with the Sonozaki family, or me either. Right. I understand that. It's just... It was touching to hear such a desperate plea, Kei-chan. But that was all it was. Even if I wanted to help, I can't. You understand that too, right? Yeah. But now I kinda know... But now I know how you feel so well, it hurts. If I really were, like you said, the one controlling the three families and choosing the sacrifices every year, I'd probably grant your wish. Mion. But the reality is different. I'm just Mion Sonozaki. My family may be the subject of all sorts of bad rumors about controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows, but we have nothing to do with the freak death incidents. We may have been a little extreme during the dam war, but that's all. We would never do something so insane as to kill people. Don't say such sad things. Right now, at least. I don't care. Why can't you just be nice and lie to me? Kei-chan, you're free to believe what you like. If I lied to you now, you'd be convinced Satoko would be freed the night after tomorrow and you'd be able to shed much of your burden. However, reality's harsh. Satoko's uncle will survive beyond that day. He'd still be alive next week, and the week after that. You need to prepare yourself for that. I don't want you coming to me the day after Watanagashi and demanding to know why he wasn't killed. Mion. Mion stood up slowly and closed the sliding door to keep out the wind that had grown chilly. Was it Mio-san? Did she give you all those ideas? She really likes to misunderstand things about Hinamizawa. Well, you can let her have her fun. But I don't really want her influencing you, Kei-chan. Jeez. This is why outsiders are no good. Takano-san has nothing to do with it. Right. Don't worry. Even though I know she told you about it, Kei-chan, nothing's gonna happen. It's not like Mio-san will be chosen for this year's curse. Besides, we don't even know for sure if the curse will happen this year. Maybe it was all just a pile of unfortunate coincidences. Thanks for listening. If you aren't connected to the serial deaths at all, then that must have been an uncomfortable conversation. I'll apologize for it. You see, you'll apologize for it. Mion said she didn't have much time, but she still brought me to the gate. She said that she had a meeting or something today about Sunday's Watanagashi festival, so there would be a lot of people from the town council and the festival committee coming. Despite her day being so busy, she still listened to what I had to say. If there's a God in heaven, then he probably understands how strongly you feel. Yeah. I'm really sorry for being so weird today. You can pretend like this discussion never happened if you want. Okay. I'll forget about it. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I really only spent a short time with Mion. Talking to her made me think. It was clear that what Takano-san had told me, at least, wasn't a complete fabrication. If Mion was really unconnected to the incidents, then she probably wouldn't have listened to me so quietly. She heard me out until I was done without making any quips, and I wanted to think that was proof. I did kind of feel like I was grasping at straws. Of course, thinking back on it, it was a terrible thing to discuss. I mean, I went to my friend's house, called her a serial murderer, and then told her to kill Satoko's uncle. I was the only one talking that whole time. Mion quietly listened to everything I had to say like a pastor listening to a confession. She could have gotten angry partway through, told me off, and go to wash my face in miso soup and come back later, but she didn't. Was that proof that Mion's family, the Sonozakis, were the masterminds? Or was she just listening because she felt sorry for me going kind of crazy? I didn't know which it was. But it was the one effort I could make at the moment. It was another form of insurance. Should worst come to worst, and the public agency decided to wait and see. It was a completely useless resistance, literally grasping at straws. Sensei said that if she reported it to the Child Consultation Center, they'd have to respond on the same day. Could they already be in the middle of responding to it now? If Satoko came to school tomorrow morning all energetic, then everything would just be a needless fear. Why couldn't tomorrow come faster? That night was unusually hot and humid, and I couldn't get to sleep. I said all that to Sensei. They couldn't possibly decide to wait and see again this year. Satoko, what was it like for her tonight? Had she tasted the end of her nightmare, enjoying a night of liberation? I actually put my hands together and prayed into my futon.
Good morning, Keiichi-kun.
Morning.
Thank goodness. I thought you overslept today, too. Your mom said you'd gone on ahead yesterday, and then you weren't at school. I was worried that you had gotten heat stroke halfway there.
Yeah. I'm very sorry for all the worry I caused you yesterday. Hey, good morning!
Mi-chan, good morning! Are you alright? You look really tired.
Oh, right. Wasn't there a big business meeting with all the people on the town council yesterday? They only called it that. It was more like a party. We have the festival every year, right? We wouldn't have any annoying meetings at this point.
Are you going to help out with the festival this afternoon, then?
Heartwolf with the $5. Keiichi learning that privilege does not necessarily equate to power.
Yeah, not always. Yep. I'm gonna have to do a meet and greet with all sorts of people in Grandma's place. Besides, they've already started setting up for the festival. Our morning conversation was light-hearted as usual. It looked like Mion had thankfully forgotten about how I barged into her house yesterday with that crazy talk. The more I think back on it, I felt like I'd really said something terrible to her. I was really thoughtless, and it wouldn't have been weird if she'd yelled at me. It was highly possible Takano-san had exaggerated her story. To think that our comrade and friend Mion, the young leader of the Sonozakis, one of the three families effectively controlling Hinamizawa, was pulling the strings behind the serial death incidents was a little unbelievable. But if there was even a 1% chance that it was true, then what I said yesterday to Mion might have been a success. Yes, it was no more than 1 in 100, but that little bit of effort might have brought the chances of saving Satoko up by even a tiny bit. At least I'd made that effort. After yesterday ended, I was sure I'd done everything I possibly could. If there was something else I could do, it was probably just to clap my hands and pray that Satoko's uncle would be killed by the curse. I hope Satoko makes it today.
Me too. Sensei's doing things for her, right? I'm sure it'll be fine.
My aunt's a welfare agent in the Hinamizawa district. I gave her a call last night.
I didn't know your aunt was a welfare officer. What happened? Did you tell her about Satoko-chan?
Yep. Chie-sensei called the Okonomiya Child Consultation Center after we talked to her. The child welfare officer apparently visited before the night was over. My aunt said they were going to pay visits at regular intervals from now on. Enough with the dumb little stuff. I want to know what happened to Satoko. Did they get her safe? My aunt wasn't that informed about it. I was supposed to keep this a secret anyway. Her telling me was a big breach of ethics in the first place. Damn, that makes me feel even worse.
Let's get to school.
Right. Discussing this more would just make us feel worse. It was far quicker than to go to school and see if Satoko was safe or not. The three of us nodded and ran off. Was Satoko safe? What measures had the child consultation center taken? I didn't care what. As long as we could go back to our peaceful life with Satoko today, it didn't matter to me. At the shoe racks at the entrance, Rena took a peek in Satoko's shoe cubby.
Satoko's shoes are here. They're here. Kei-chan, Satoko came. Thank goodness.
We don't know if anything happened just because she came to school. We can't know anything until we see her face. We trotted towards the classroom. The classroom was lively, as it usually was in the morning. Satoko! Where are you?
Meep. She's right here. It's too early in the morning to be so loud. Would you please keep it down a little bit? Satoko-chan, are you okay?
All of our friends crowded around Satoko excitedly. So, Satoko, how'd it go at your house?
Who was it that called them? I swear, it was quite a mess, you know.
It was the teacher. You were absent for so long, of course she was worried. Satoko said, "I told you I'm fine," under her breath. She was still trying to overcome all the suffering on her own.
It was a big bother to both me and my uncle. That person just barged in on us suddenly. Jeez. Everyone was worried about you, Satoko. Don't say it was a bother.
Jeez. Anyway, what happened?
Nothing happened. My cold got better, so I came back to school, that's all. I can't take too much time off from now on because you'll all be worried about me.
What was Satoko saying?
What happened to, well, your uncle? Oh, he admitted there was some misunderstandings and we both apologized.
Tug. Rika-chan grabbed the back of my collar and pulled me away. What is it, Rika-chan? Rika-chan silently dragged me all the way into the hallway. Rika-chan, what did that mean?
Satoko said nothing was happening and chased them away.
That idiot! But why? No, somewhere in my mind, I thought it might turn out like this. Satoko didn't ask for anyone's help. She didn't hide behind anyone. She was trying to ride out this pain. She wanted to show Satoshi proof that if he came back to them, she wouldn't need to hide behind him anymore. But the coach said probation officers can bring her to safety in an emergency, even if it's against her wishes. However much Satoko denies the abuse, it's a fact. Chie-sensei finally came. Her expression was far from cheerful. Yes, you're right, Maibara-kun. If the child welfare officer determines that it's an emergency, they have the right to immediately take them to safety, regardless of the affected party's intent. Then why? Why is Satoko's intent being respected so much? It's weird. Why don't they put her into safety? Well, after looking into it from many angles, that's what the Okonomiya Child Consultation Center determined. What the hell is that? Sensei, didn't you say it was gonna be alright? That you'd definitely save her? What's the meaning of this? This doesn't make any sense! Answer me, damn it!
Keiichi, this is actually the third time. It happened twice in the past, too.
Furude-san. Sensei tried to stop her, but Rika-chan went on speaking anyway. Neon Roses with the $5, Keiichi. I'm gonna try to indebt myself to the Yakuza, so surely this will have no negative repercussions. Ah, well, he didn't succeed anyway, so... Twice before. I heard they decided to wait and see after reporting it the winter before last, but it happened before then, too?
Satoko's father, who died, wasn't her real father.
What? Rika-chan, that's... what? I'm stunned at the sudden revelation. I had no idea what Rika-chan wanted to tell me, but it seemed really important, so I couldn't get a word in either.
Satoko's mother remarried. She brought Satoko and Satoshi with her, so they weren't related by blood to their father.
Satoshi was a good kid, one who listened politely to what adults told him. He was immediately welcomed by their new father and was loved. But Satoko was different. She was rebellious, she told lies, she played pranks. Her stepfather didn't like her at all. What? So, what do you mean?
Even before she was given to their uncle and his wife,
Satoko didn't have a very good relationship with her family. Of course, her stepfather didn't have any malicious intent at the start. At first, he must have worked hard to get his new daughter to accept him. But the young Satoko didn't make any effort at all towards that end. She was distant towards her stepfather and never opened her heart to him even a little. She just got on his nerves all the time, with seemingly forced lies and pranks. Her father's discipline and punishment must have been loving at first, of course, but that too faded quickly. I don't know because I wasn't in Hinamizawa at the time, but I learned this on the phone yesterday. What story did you hear, Sensei? That Satoko-chan wanted to trick her parents, especially her stepfather, so she made up a false story and phoned the child consultation center herself. She made up a story? About hurting herself? Satoko made a fake phone call to try and get rid of the father that she hated. Child welfare officers rushed there and heard the story. Her father genuinely apologized for a few times when he had gone too far and agreed to let the child welfare center give him coaching. Related agencies looked into it quite a bit. They determined that Satoko-chan and her stepfather's hearts not being quite matched up was the cause of the incident. But they found another problem above that with Satoko-chan. A problem with Satoko? What was it? Satoko's mother. There were a few times where she had lived with de facto husbands, though those relationships didn't result in remarriage. From a young age, Satoko had been forced to call at least 2 or 3 people her father. At some point, Satoko's pranks escalated. She would spill food on purpose, turn over her plate, and even throw it. She would break the windows in the neighborhood and shoplift candy. She would put thumbtacks everywhere and set other traps to seriously hurt people. Not in the way that she did now, just to get laughs. She was also fond of telling lies that would be found out right away, and people got mad at her every time. But she never ever changed her behavior. Please don't think Satoko-chan was a problem child. Satoko-chan was young. Those were acts of self-defense that she took so these unknown men wouldn't take her mother from her. In regards to Satoko's problematic behavior, child psychology experts from public institutions indicated her actions were to draw her mother's attention to herself. They acknowledged that she had a form of harmful emotional trauma and declared that she needed counseling and therapy from professionals. They didn't know whether that therapy had healed the wounds in her heart. Satoko-chan purposefully hid herself and told them that she was being abused by her stepfather in an attempt to chase him out. But, in the end, her stepfather did abuse her, right? No. All of the abuse had been made up by Satoko-chan. Her stepfather, of course, may have scolded her in a somewhat emotional way, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. Satoko had lied to chase away her stepfather, and they saw through her right away and found out that Satoko had issues. Oh, could it be that's why, the winter before last, they decided to wait and see? Yes. The center had all of their past records, so they needed to act carefully in case Satoko was lying. What the hell? So what? Satoko might be telling a lie, so they needed to be careful? So how does that mean they'd end up waiting and seeing? It was the girl who cried wolf. That fable about telling a lie once, making others unwilling to believe you later. That's bullshit! The past has nothing to do with this, does it? Only what's really happening right now is what's important. Satoko's being abused by her uncle. Why is something that happened in the past getting in the way of helping her now? Neither Sensei nor Rika-chan had anything to say about that. Anyway, yesterday, a probation officer visited to carefully determine what was going on. And Satoko dealt with them, put on the best, strongest smile she could manage, and denied the abuse. Of course, she was probably being threatened to keep quiet about it by her uncle. Satoko was trying to outlast everything without asking for help. Satoko wanted to wait for Satoshi to come back home, and she outright denied the truth of the abuse. What an idiot. What? You're not really enduring it. Do you really think pretending like this will actually bring Satoshi back? Just stop it already. Satoshi, he abandoned you. And the fact that he hasn't shown up to save you now is proof, isn't it? So just stop it. Please stop being weird and pretending to endure it. Forget everything we just said. Understand? If you tell anyone else, your teacher will be very mad with you. Chie-sensei gave me a warning, then left to go back to the teacher's lounge.
Keiichi, please don't think Satoko is a pathetic, pitiful girl. She's living life. She's...
I know that. She's our irreplaceable friend.
Satoko is still trying her best. Let's watch over her a little longer. The person from the consultation center said they'd visit periodically from now on. If something terrible happens, they'll help her right away.
Yeah. But only after it happens. Any more than that would have sounded like I was picking a fight, so I firmly swallowed my next words and went back to the classroom. Mion and Rena were talking to Satoko like they always did. It was a silly conversation. A humorous, even fun one, like it was any old day. If Satoko really said she could still endure it, then maybe I should do as Rika-chan said and watch over her. Maybe whatever help I offer will just go unwanted. Yep.
Okay, why don't we all have lunch? Meep. It's been a while since it's been all 5 of us. This really is how it has to be.
Here, here. Come on, you too, Kei-chan. Bring your desk over.
Satoko brought her own desk over, grinning broadly. Even knowing nothing had been resolved, this exchange was pleasant and made me remember how fun it used to be.
I can't have Rika making a bento for me forever. I don't mind. I have fun making your bento.
Rika-chan is such a good girl. Having such a good friend must be so reassuring.
I put the big steak in mine, and the burned one in Satoko's. So if it was just Satoko, it would be so sad. So very sad. Nipa.
I take it back. Well, she's Rika-chan after all.
Hey, come on, look! I've got omelet rice today. Mushrooms and stuff are delicious. Delicious! How? I say it every time, but your craftsmanship is splendid. You could become a wife whenever and not have a problem. A wife? Eating a wife? How?
Using the word wife is totally forbidden around Rena. Please don't say it again.
I'll think about what I've done. A little.
By the way, what's in your lunch, Mion? Looks different again today. We're all waiting in anticipation.
It's a rich assortment of side dishes left over from what my uncle brought last night. The stew looks really great, huh? The color of the radishes, too. Really good, right?
Wow, it looks delicious.
Stew tastes best when it's left overnight.
This looks like it'd be really good. And so there will be none left for Satoko.
I'll eat it all and tell you what I think, so just be quiet and watch.
What was that? Hand over my portion, too!
Elbow, punch, headbutt. I'll use my knees, too.
Oh! At close range like this, my advantage is unwavering. Keiichi-san, the daikon in your portion tastes really good.
Damn it. Coming right for me from the start and using a combo attack. How humiliating. This little exchange, how long had it been? It looked like they ended up going with a wait-and-see approach, but maybe her uncle had realized he'd gone a little too far and would dial it back now. If her treatment improved a little, would that be a good thing? Satoko was grinning wider than I'd ever seen as she chomped down on her mouthful of the daikon she'd plundered from me. Did it really taste that good? Satoko was somewhat cute like that. And just as I'd done many times, I grabbed her head and started petting it. Catch. Smack. Flip, flop. Clatter, clatter. Huh?
Satoko-chan?
It was so sudden that for a moment I didn't know what had happened. The back of my hand was stinging. I went to pet Satoko's head, and then she hit my hand.
What's wrong, Satoko?
Satoko was scratching at her head, as though a pimple or something had appeared on it and become itchy. It was so sudden and so unprovoked that I didn't understand what happened. What's wrong, Satoko? At some point, her body had been covered in a thin layer of sweat, and her breathing had turned ragged. When I pet her head, did she not like it? Was that what it meant? Hey, did you dislike being petted? Once again, slowly, I held out the palm of my hand and brought it close to Satoko's head. The instant the palm of my hand touched her head, there was a shock like static electricity, and Satoko began to howl. Thud, slam. She grabbed my arm in both hands, and as if flinging off a snake, trying to cling to her, as if trying to throw away something dirty, she threw it violently. It happened too suddenly for me to react. I hit the desk behind me, and both it and I fell to the floor. The classroom fell deathly silent. As Satoko bellowed, it sounded like she was in the throes of death, and she unsteadily backed away. Then she threw up the food she'd just eaten. She vomited it all back up. Splish, splat. The sound of Satoko's vomit hitting the floor rang through the classroom. Are you okay, Satoko? You seem sick. I reached out a hand and she swatted away with all her might, with such extreme strength that I fell onto the floor again. Satoko put both hands on her head as though protecting it, groaned some more and took a few steps back. And then she began swinging both hands around. Students in nearby seats were forced to evacuate. She grabbed anything within reach, bento boxes, chairs, threw them, tossed them, and flung them about. Wait, stop it, Satoko! What's wrong with you? She screamed out as if Mion's words had caused her physical pain. No one spoke a word to her. All the students were withdrawing behind us, leaving Satoko alone in the corner of the classroom. Around her, there were desks and chairs all over the floor. Bento lay scattered. It was terrible. All I could hear was Satoko's ragged breaths and the voices of the cicadas. I'm sorry. The strings of tension loosened around Satoko, and maybe she suddenly grew scared of her own actions because she started trembling and gave a word of apology, but nobody knew just who that apology was directed towards. So, for now, I decided to answer as everyone's representative. No, it's fine. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Our words didn't match each other at all. Satoko hugged her shoulders, and back she went. She ran into the locker with the cleaning supplies in it. Even that made her give a little yelp. The impact caused the bucket atop the locker to fall, making a loud sound, and that scared Satoko most of all. She almost jumped out of her skin, grabbing a bunch of the curtain in her hands. Nobody spoke to her. They could only look, not even remembering to blink. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Satoko, what on earth? I stood up, took a step away from everyone, and approached Satoko. What happened? I said, I don't know. You're wrong. Please stop. Please forgive me. Just calm down. Satoko, do you know who I am? No more. I hate this. Every time I took a step forward, she grasped the curtains more tightly and cried out, Satoko, it's me. It's Keiichi. Don't you recognize me? I would never, ever hurt you. No! Come on, calm down. It's all right. I'm your friend. Help me! I don't want to be scared. It feels bad. No, I don't. Suddenly, my shoulders were grabbed and I was dragged backwards. It was Rena.
Sorry, Keiichi-kun. You get a little farther back.
After pulling me back, she ran towards Satoko in my place.
It's okay, Satoko-chan. There's nothing to be scared of. Please, don't worry. No more, no more of that. Nini! Help me! Nini, help me!
As she gripped the curtains and kept calling for Nini, she continued to wail about being forgiven for something and to be saved from something. What is this? Mion gnashed her teeth and groaned, and there were tears falling from her firmly closed eyes. What the hell is this? Didn't this all come to an end yesterday? Weren't we supposed to go back to our old lives? Mion! Mion! There was a crazy sound. Rena had taken the cleaning supply locker and kicked it down to the ground. Everyone stood surprised at Rena's unexpected act of brutality. After that, Rena embraced the bawling Satoko from behind and started crying with her, stifled. Rena, what's wrong?
Sorry. Keiichi-kun, be quiet for a minute.
What is it now? What happened? What did Satoko tell you? What did you hear?
Shut the hell up! I told you to shut your mouth, asshole!
Rena's raw, hostile emotion hit me like a brick. It was no more than a momentary howl of emotion for Rena, but it was more than that for me. She had shown me what was behind all that emotion, what was in her heart.
Satoko-chan. No more. Forgive us. We couldn't do anything for you. Forgive us. Nini! I'm sorry.
Forgive us for being unable to do anything. Rena's words made me feel as though the blood vessels in the back of my head were suddenly all turning to ash. My vision grew distant, blurred with gray, and the world lost its color. I thought we could save Satoko. But though I knew it'd be the sooner the better, I thought there was no time limit for doing that. I never even dreamed that we could be too late. I'd been making a huge mistake. I thought Satoko could be hurt, but never that she'd break. It was such a huge mistake. People, they break. Thinking that they don't is absolutely absurd. We needed to save Satoko. We needed to save her before she broke. That fatal lapse in awareness had brought this on. Whose fault was it? That went without saying. Mine, no, ours. We all took on the duty of saving Satoko, but we were negligent to the point of laziness. In that sense, this was the inevitable result. Even if this didn't happen today, and it happened tomorrow, or the day after, or next week, we would have just sat around doing nothing until that day. So this was the obvious result. I slumped down to my knees, just as Mion and Rika-chan had done. And I, too, closed my eyes tight and couldn't stop myself from sobbing. But what is all the noise about? Wait, what's happened? The teacher came, and her face screwed up at the terrible spectacle before her.
Okay, chat. You again, I said this before. You gotta... Keiichi's like a 14-year-old boy. You have to at least give him a little bit of slack. Yes, he's stupid. Yes, he's putting his foot in his mouth. But he cares. Like, you have to give him a little bit of wiggle room here. He's not being malicious. He's just stupid. The instant she realized the teacher was here, Satoko went through another complete change. She wiped her face with the curtains, and like nothing had happened, smiled. Hojo-san? What on earth is going on here?
I just got into a little squabble with Renaissance is all. We went a little crazy over our lunches, right?
Rena didn't nod in reply. But then, since Satoko wished it, she nodded without strength. The rest of the class couldn't keep up with her extreme changes. We all just stared, in a daze.
It was just a little horseplay. I scared everyone out of their wits.
Satoko would probably sweep the whole thing under the rug. For what? Her heart is torn to pieces, so what? What else? You wanted your Nini to help, didn't you? But unfortunately for you, Satoshi doesn't ever intend on coming back. It's never that easy. He won't just conveniently show up and save you. So, you don't have to wait for him anymore. You can cry, beg for help, and you can run away. We can't do anything, Mion suddenly said. She spoke then, those few words that had tormented me countless times. Those words were a spell, and when I heard them, my whole body suddenly regained its calm. My emotions all slipped away like they'd never been there, like a wave departing. And then, the world's color flipped inside out. My field of view expanded. My head grew remarkably cold, and I felt like my mind's volume had grown even wider than the classroom we were in. At the time, my soul was doubtlessly no longer in the small, petty vessel of my head, but floating in the air a little bit above it. It was a mysterious feeling of release. I broke free of the cramped confines of my skull and stretched out my roots in all directions, as far as I wanted to. It was a strange feeling, and one I'd never ever felt before.
Yeah, to Grifter's point as well, a lot of these things, not only were a lot of these things not recognized, mental health services in Japan are also, or at least at that point were, way, way worse than a lot of other countries. They did not really have a good grasp of a lot of these issues. In fact, a lot of them were essentially demonized or stigmatized to a point of, like, never being acknowledged by people. Like, at all.
An odd sense of exhilaration, my sharpened senses, caused me to transcend. My mind was sharper than a knife's edge, and I immediately decided that spending the time to let myself be crushed with grief would be an absolute waste. I erased all the garbage information from my brain. I expelled the pointless emotions presenting obstacles to action. Mion, you curse it all you want. Curse our powerlessness as much as you want. If I could have taken back what had happened by crying about it, I'd have cried all day. But the fact was, this is how things turned out. I couldn't take back what had happened. The top priority, then, would be to prevent the situation from worsening and to sever the chains of misfortune. Until today, I'd been looking at things so narrow-mindedly I could scarcely believe it. To save Satoko, the only thing to do was to save Satoko. That's the only thing I thought about. I didn't allow myself to realize the most basic, direct, and certain way of removing the source of Satoko's unhappiness. No, actually I realized it yesterday. But as for the means, I relied on some stupid curse from some dumb deity. I never considered carrying the task out myself. I would obliterate Satoko's uncle. There were plenty of ways to do it. This was a task that held infinite methods. Ironically, the method of saving Satoko required mostly money, but the method of killing that man pretty much took no money at all. I could kill him with the least amount of investment. The least amount of money suited him. It was only the weight of his life. I kept eliminating needless, worthless information from my head, replenishing it with only the knowledge I'd need to achieve my goal. I used every cell in my brain to think about how I'd kill him. The way I killed him didn't matter.
Indigo with the 10 pounds. Murder, TM. It is straightforward, efficient, and honest. Try murder, TM, today.
I would allow any method, from whatever time and whatever country, as long as it ended in a quick and certain death. If I were to have an additional condition, it would be not to get caught. Removing him was an act designed to return the peaceful times we had with Satoko. If I was arrested in exchange for the removal, then we might as well have killed each other. With only him gone, we'd go back to our normal lives. This was my supreme objective, my ultimate goal. Kill him, definitely. But definitely don't leave evidence either. Two alternatives at odds with each other. The condition of not leaving a trace back to me automatically narrowed the number of murder methods. No witnesses was an absolute must. Fortunately, given the right time in Hinamizawa, there would be nobody around.
Atropos of the $2, hopping in to say it, murdering abusers is based. I mentally reconstructed the land around Satoko's house. The number of pedestrians, different at different times. The movement algorithm of the neighbors. Would I lure him out or charge at him? What would my weapon be? When and where would I carry this out? Where? It needed to be somewhere I wouldn't leave a trace. When? It needed to be as soon as possible for Satoko's safety, without wasting even a millisecond. This is absurd. Completely absurd. When I thought about it this way, it struck me how easy the act of killing was. If I could leave evidence, if I was just going to kill him, anyone could easily turn into a murderer. But our reason prevented that. It told us doing so would get us arrested for sure. In the end, being arrested by the police was the final thing preventing people from committing homicide. Absurd. If you went all the way out into the middle of the ocean, you wouldn't leave any trace at all. Anyone would drop those they hated into the depths if they knew that. It was all too easy to simply remove him. I could leave class right now, grab a metal baseball bat or something from the schoolyard, go to his house and attack him. Estimated time would be 25 minutes. If I wanted us to kill each other, it wouldn't even be minutes. I could do it in 1,500 seconds. I knew just how much his continued existence depended on me. He was nothing. I could expel him from this world within just 1,500 seconds after making up my mind. From when I decided what to do, he only had 1,500 seconds. Actually, if I ran at full speed to his house, that number would go down even further. But he was alive. He was still part of this world at this very moment, having torn Satoko's body and mind to shreds. Why? Because I was letting him live. I was permitting him to live, so he was alive. If I rescinded that permission, he'd be evacuating this mortal coil within 1,500 seconds. You think I'd let you live to breathe even 1,500 more seconds of air? I'm taking that permission back. Right here, right now. You'd better thank me for letting you live until today. However, I actually need more than 1,500 seconds. I'm not just gonna end you. Getting back our old lives is far more important. It's only you I'd be cleanly cutting out of this world. They won't find a culprit. I'll forget that I dirtied my hands on the likes of you as naturally as I brush my teeth before bed. So to do that, I'll make a special exception for you and give you 1,500 more seconds. I give you special permission to keep on living as you have until I can construct the perfect plan for your murder. Wait, Keiichi. You can't let that time go to waste. Yeah, I know. I'll kill him quickly. Writer for Life 724 with the $2. 1,500 seconds, 1,500 seconds, 1,500 seconds.
I'll remove him with certainty. I won't even waste much time to perfect that plan. Think back. Tomorrow is Watanagashi, isn't it? Last year on the night of Watanagashi, her aunt died. Her head was busted open by some deviant, and her brains splattered everywhere. That's it. He's someone who deserved to be given death on the night of Watanagashi. Hey, Hoyashiro-sama. You call yourself a guardian, but you didn't protect Satoko. Cursing Satoko's family for the damn stuff is your own business, but now you've made Satoko unhappy when she didn't have anything to do with it. I, Keiichi Maibara, hereby denounce you, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, as a failure. We don't need you! Go back to the deepest, darkest parts of your shrine this year. Besides, if you just killed and cursed both her aunt and uncle last year, none of this would have ever happened. The curse this year, it's not on you. I'll be the one deciding. It won't be the three families controlling the serial debts behind the scenes. No, not some vague people who I can tell if they're buffoons or not. This time, I'll be the one to deliver divine judgment. So don't get in my way. Just watch. Stay quiet and watch. I'll obliterate him. I'll wipe him off the face of the earth. I will stomp out his very existence. Go away, disappear, and die! I'll tear your heart apart just like you did to Satoko! I'll have your blood as payment.
Keiichi-kun, are you alright?
Rena, Mion, and Rika-chan were looking after me. Had I fallen to the floor?
You surprised us. You suddenly fell down. Were you having a nightmare? You were moaning.
Shut it. Quit squeaking at me like that. My friend gave a start and backed away. My friends gave a start and backed away. What? Rena and the others. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and stood confused for a few moments.
Was that your voice, Keiichi-kun?
Of course it was. Rena gulped firmly and opened her mouth.
For a second, Keiichi-kun, your eyes were really scary.
My eyes? Probably just a trick of the light. Don't waste my time. I'm not mistaken. I've never seen those kinds of eyes before. What were those guys talking about?
Hajiar with the $5, Keiichi Mangione. Alright. Alright.
They've all been too scared of me lately.
You're Keiichi Maebara-kun, right?
What was Rena saying? Who else do I look like except Keiichi Maebara? The look I gave her seemed to speak quite eloquently to those irritated thoughts. She understood and quickly apologized.
I'm sorry. Don't worry about it.
Boy, oh boy.
Okay, let's see. Written Remedy with the $2. Incredible scene and equally incredible acting. Thank you. Yeah, Michoka, I don't think that's what any of us were trying to say. I do think, obviously, like, Keiichi is not doing a good thing here. I'm just saying that, like, there are some things that he is definitely going to be ignorant about. As a child. And that, you know, in better circumstances, hopefully, most people would be able to learn from that. It's just that, you know, in these particular circumstances, that's not really what's happening. Anywho.
June 18th, 1983. Abuse issues regarding Satoko Hojo. Urgent. We propose that Satoko Hojo must be taken into immediate custody based on the items below. 1. Family situation. Life with adoptive father who recently returned to Hinamizawa has already turned disastrous, and she is currently subject to unendurable physical and mental abuse from the father. 2. Child Consultation Center's response. A child probation officer was dispatched yesterday on the 17th from the Prefectural Welfare Office, but because of the 77 case, changed to continue coaching and cautionary action. Unfortunately, the consultation office head does not properly understand the situation. 3. Status of concerned child. Child already appears to be suffering from an outbreak of something close to neurosis or manic depression. If her unstable pubescent mind is negatively stimulated by stress, it will put her development of a healthy body and mind at risk. This cannot be allowed to continue from a humane standpoint. 4. Allegations made to the family court. We propose, based on the above items, that Satoko Hojo should immediately be taken into proactive custody. She should be secured temporarily under emergency allegations to the family court under Article 28. We request emergency coordination between all related agencies. Children with Special Needs General, D2-3, number 44. 1977. Child name, Satoko Hojo. Residence, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibane. 1. Consultation circumstances. Telephone SOS from child of child abuse. 2. Abuse situation. Child claims she is being physically abused by her adoptive father. 3. Family structure. Blank. Circle marks abusers. Circle. Adoptive father. Real mother. Older brother. Child in question.
Okay, yeah, so it's only next to the 1. I just wanted to make sure that was audibly understandable, since I know that some people only listen to these. It was just next to the adoptive father there.
Note, adoptive father and real mother entered family registry in 19 blank. The child is the daughter of the mother's previous husband. 4. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the child's telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. On that day, the child welfare officer on duty visited the child's house and conducted an interview. The adoptive father sincerely listened to instruction and agreed to take child-raising workshops in the city from now on. As part of the suggested coaching, the center will continue to observe the situation. 5. Other notes. As a result of numerous counseling sessions at the city's education consultation office regarding the child, we learned there was a high possibility the cause of the child's excessive distrust towards her adoptive father was the result of a lack of communication. The abuse she claimed hadn't actually taken place. She had made a false report to distance herself from her adoptive father. Below is a note written in pencil by the person on duty at the time. The problem appeared to be more with the daughter. Chief Investigator F of the city's education consultation office said that most of her stories of abuse were likely fabrications. They decided to shift the focus of their coaching to the child. Be cautious not to take everything the child says as truth.
Habaki Gaming with the $10. I find people forget to consider these actions make sense for Keiichi, the character, to do. He loves his friends and he says this is the best his life has ever been. Of course he would be drastic. Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll definitely learn more about Keiichi as we go as well. But yeah, let's save real quick, because I don't think I remembered to do that. Yes. One second. I need to check something real quick. Sorry. Important. Oh, nice. One second. Okay. All right. I understand the conversation happening, by the way. I think it's getting a little heated. I would ask that maybe we move on from this topic. Not trying to shut down any discussion or anything. I just think that it's probably a good idea at this point. Mion and the others, having to set up for the Watanagashi festival or something, invited me along, but I refused. Of course I did. How could they be taking it easy and setting up for a festival in this situation? Mion had a lot of nerve. The first thing I did when I got back was take a shower. Not because I wanted to wash off sweat. It was because I wanted to be even calmer. I already understood this, but killing that man would be so very easy. The really hard thing would be not getting arrested for it, so we could get our peaceful days back. As I thought about it, I realized it wasn't easy.
Japan's police force have the highest arrest rate in the world. I would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it couldn't be a half-hearted attempt. Still, it wasn't 100%. Even the best police force in the world couldn't have a 100% arrest rate. I've read a lot of articles on trials with people brought up on false charges. At court, they consider whether the charges are false or not, but figuring out the real criminal is entirely out of scope. And that meant perfect crimes did exist. In fact, perfect crimes were sort of like works of art. They could even be respected and revered. You just had to look at the inundation of mystery novels everywhere throughout history. They dealt with all sorts of difficult-to-solve incidents, involving secret rooms and alibis and stuff, but they all wanted to show one thing. They wanted to show the beauty of a perfect crime. There was something divine in the flawlessness of the word perfect. Yes, perfect crimes were skills of the gods. And in that sense, the serial freak deaths they were calling the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I understood. They must have been the work of gods. Each one appeared to have been resolved, but they couldn't stop it from happening every year. Yeah, skills belonging only to gods. Those are perfect crimes. And I would be setting up my own crime before Oyashiro-sama's series of perfect crimes 4 years in the running. If I were to put it boldly, I was challenging a god. Foolhardiness would be needed to make the decision, but I needed to be calm, cool, colder than ice to put the plan together. Kill him like a flame, but as systematic as ice. Starting now, I need to retain both of those ideas within me. Modeling my crime after a mystery novel wasn't actually a bad thing to focus on. Sometimes kidnappings involving disturbing, original methods that made it into the newspaper were used as a basis for novels after the person was arrested. Stuff like that made it into the news. Day and night, for a very long time, mystery novel authors polished and refined their most fantastic artistic crimes. Imitating that could be a shortcut to planning the perfect crime in a short period of time. Of course, I haven't read enough mystery novels to act all high and mighty about them. The one who really liked mystery novels was my mom. She'd read every well-known mystery novel from overseas, from past and present. Every time she watched mystery shows, she would always criticize them as having cheap tricks or being poorly thought out. I wonder what the perfect crime would mean to her.
What do I think the most well-done perfect crime in all the mystery novels I've read is?
Yeah. Well, you read quite a lot of them, right? I figured you might know a lot about them.
It's more fun to read them to find out. If I told you all the tricks right off the bat, they'd be no fun anymore.
It wasn't like I was asking for my own amusement. She was deflecting the question, so I would somehow butter her up first and draw out an answer.
Of course, well-done mystery novels. Yeah. They all have a unique charm to them, so it's hard to say which is the most interesting. You'd really have to force me to pick one.
I didn't want to know which novels you liked. I wanted to know about the trick that made you the most surprised.
If it was a really perfect trick, the detectives wouldn't be able to solve the case, though.
That was true. Then there'd be no point.
Mystery novels are enjoyable because of the process of the mysteries getting solved. If it was unsolvable, it wouldn't make a very good topic for a novel.
I get it. Yeah, you're right. If the main character can't solve it, it wouldn't be much of a story, huh? Was I being too simplistic? A mystery novel was basically a game. They were written so that you can get to the goal, so that you could solve them. But I couldn't use something so optimistic. It needed to be the end-all, be-all of tricks, so that we could without a doubt return to our old lives.
By the way, Keiichi, do you understand that truly perfect crimes don't even become stories?
Mom looked at me intellectually and grinned impishly. I'd never gotten to read it, but apparently one time a long time ago, Mom had written her own mystery novel and submitted it for some mystery novel award. Apparently she was really into it. Don't even become stories? What does that mean?
Keiichi, what are the essential parts of a story?
A beginning, a middle, and an end?
Correct. The beginning, of course, is especially important. If there's no beginning, then the story never starts.
Well, yeah. If nothing happened, nothing would begin.
Right. Nothing happened, so there wouldn't even be an incident. Detectives wouldn't be called, so there wouldn't be any mystery. There would be no mystery, so there would be no solution. In other words, it would be the ultimate perfect crime.
Wait a second. Could you explain that again? My mom just told me something absurd. And she was saying it so smoothly, too, so I kind of tuned her out, but she said something extremely important just now.
It's not really that difficult to understand. The incident just has to never come to light, that's all.
Just has to never come to light?
Are we able to discuss more about these characters during the discussion section? I mean, yes, I would just... Sorry, I was pausing to read your second message there. Perfect. No, yeah, I totally agree. I would just definitely say that, like, you know, I think if somebody is expressing personal discomfort with a line of discussion, then we should... I'm not saying not to have it, but I'm saying people should be respectful of other people's boundaries in the chat. That's all I'm saying. Just go with your gut. Just be nice. Because I don't want, like, anybody to get into arguments in the chat is all, you know.
For example, how about this? Say there's an old man living deep in a forest nobody goes into.
Mm-hmm.
And one day, the old man gets killed by an axe. And, let's say the criminal was the old man's son. He went to an old man's house and they were drinking together, but they got into a fight and he killed him.
What an extremely cheap plot. It was an impulsive crime without a bit of planning. It was pretty far from a perfect crime.
But Keiichi, the house was really, really deep in the forest. So deep in the mountains that nobody would ever go out that far. Then his son would go back into town and say that the old man was doing fine.
What about that's a perfect crime?
Keiichi, the incident would only begin when it was found out that the old man was killed. If nobody ever visited the old man's house after that, the beginning would never occur.
The beginning would never occur.
So basically, the story wouldn't start. The incident wouldn't come to light, and they wouldn't call in detectives. And nobody would be suspicious in the first place, so there'd be no mystery. They'd think the old man was still living by himself deep in the forest. And the old man's face would appear in the sky, and that would be it. Something like that, you know?
That's amazing. That's a pretty great trick.
But it wouldn't be a novel. Mystery novels are for entertainment, after all. They can't be instruction manuals for perfect crimes.
I was trying hard to talk cheerfully to fool her, but inside I was excited. Special tools, strange geography, mysterious drugs, traps involving huge sums of cash. None of them were needed for perfect crimes. The important thing was that there wasn't a beginning. As long as the incident didn't come to light, it would be fine. Speaking broadly, if I could kill him without anyone finding out, and dispose of the corpse somewhere no one could find him, it would basically already be a perfect crime. Of course, if someone up and vanished one day all of a sudden, people would get suspicious. But that didn't apply to this man. Last year, after their aunt died, he ran away from the village in fear of Oyashiro-sama. When the night of Watanagashi came around again, everyone would have to think that he ran away in fear again. I mean, he had been living with his lover in town. No matter what it felt like when he vanished, no one would be suspicious. People hated him, after all. No one would care where he went if he disappeared. When I thought about it like that, it got easier and easier to imagine killing him. There was no point in thinking inside my house anymore. I left, getting my bike out of the garage. For now, it didn't matter where I was going. I just rode through the wind, trying to calm my excitement by feeling the cool air on my body. Where I'd kill him, how I'd do it, what time, and how to dispose of the corpse. If I just had those 4 things, I could get a good plan going. I was so surprised at how little there was to decide that I shivered. I'd been completely prepared to build this humongous plan over a really long period of time. But if I couldn't just get these little things in order, I could put it into motion. Today was Saturday. I would have to kill him on the night of Watanagashi, so as long as I was standing in for Oyashiro-sama, I only had 24 hours remaining. Sotoko, just hang on for 24 more hours. I can't even imagine having to suffer through even more. But please, hold out for a little longer. I know you can't even last another second. I know that. But please, just hold out. Your Nini will save you for sure. Outside, it was still early enough for the cicadas to be crying. Early afternoon. Evening was still a long ways off. I looked at the sky. At some point, it had gotten cloudy. Come to think of it, as I left the house, I heard on the TV that the weather forecast was calling for a chance of rain on Sunday. The sky was the color of lead. If I heard a little bit of thunder, I'd definitely have expected a sudden evening shower.
Menlo with the $10. If perfect crimes are godly, why compete? Collaborate. Go to the shrine. Drop a 500 yen coin in the saisen. Clap your hands together and say, "Oh yeah, Shiro-sama, grant me the power to kill this fool." Me when I point my lightning beam at Tepe and he dies instantly. He just turns into ashes.
My first destination was school. Before explaining why I was going there, I needed to explain what method for killing that man I had decided upon. I decided that the most suitable death, the one I needed to give him, was the same as last year's curse. The same as the punishment their aunt had received, being beaten to death. Wouldn't beating him to death be somewhat unreliable? You may think that stabbing him with the blade would be more reliable, but this was something I had chosen after a lot of thought. You just needed to think realistically. The law, it prohibited carrying any blades longer than 10 centimeters, I think. So the blades available to me, even the longest ones, were still limited to things shorter than a ruler. You could probably understand how tricky it would be with such a short reach to go up against an opponent that might fight back. In that case, a weapon with a more reach, like a staff, would be far more advantageous. It might not be quite as inherently lethal, but since you could keep on hitting the guy until you killed him, the end result was the same. So what's a staff-like deadly weapon, terrifyingly powerful, and also eminently portable? By this point, you should immediately think of a metal baseball bat. I don't need to explain how terrifying a metal baseball bat can be as a weapon. Of special note is the fact that you can carry one around in broad daylight and not be thought of as suspicious. Just those 2 points would be enough to choose a metal bat for my weapon. But there was one more reason, for choosing a metal bat in particular. I'll speak about it later. After school that Saturday, my classmates were still having fun, playing in the schoolyard. I could show up there and it would be the same as always, so nobody will think I'm suspicious. Getting my hands on the weapon without looking suspicious was actually a factor I couldn't ignore. I didn't normally play baseball, so if I went to a sports store looking for a metal bat, it would definitely be suspicious. I can't let there be a beginning to the story, so I needed to be really careful even about that. That left school. At a location at which my appearance wouldn't be suspicious, I would acquire the weapon. I checked inside the classroom through the window, but of course there was nobody there. The only students who would stay in there were me and the others when doing club activities. Without us, the classroom after school was just an empty, unused room. Without glancing around nervously, as if I'd gone in to get something I'd forgotten, I casually went into the entrance. It looked like the teacher was busy with paperwork in the teacher's lounge. I didn't see her in the hallway. Naturally, yet quickly as a shadow, I entered the classroom. The empty room was full of strange, stagnant air that you couldn't feel normally. An empty classroom, with nobody here. Maybe while no one was around, the desks creep about of their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive? That's ridiculous. I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. The students' lockers were lined up in the back of the classroom. The one I was looking for wasn't my own. It was a forbidden locker. One I had accidentally discovered one day. Here it is. Hojo. This has to be it. If one person has one locker, then why would only Satoko have 2? I'd made a fuss about it once. After that, I learned it was Satoshi's locker, and he had the same last name as her. But of course, even though it was a locker for a student no longer here, looking inside of it was still a shameless act. But one time, I let my curiosity get the better of me and took a peek inside. Inside, it was average and worthless. At the time, I hadn't been so interested, so until now I'd forgotten what had been in it. But now that I had, dare I say it, awakened, I remembered. The thing that had been there. Scrape. I opened the locker, and a stench of mold and sweat wafted out, like a gym storehouse that hadn't been cleaned in weeks. My face puckered up at the stench, but I looked for it. Yes. Satoshi was on Coach's baseball team. Inside the locker was a Hinamizawa fighter's uniform, the one Satoshi used. The metal bat. Yes. This was the reason I wanted to choose this bat. This murder would be carried out by me, but this wasn't originally my role. It was Satoshi's. but I would stand in for him and call myself Satoko's Nini. It was one of the rules for standing in for him. I reached for the metal bat and grasped it firmly. It was light, and yet its tip had enough heft in it, enough to easily imagine the horror if I brought it down with all my might. Satoshi, I'll give you one last chance to save your sister. Lend me your strength. You're a coward, but I'll stand in for you. So if you still care even a little bit about her, you will lend me your strength. There's no more suitable weapon in the world for putting that man to death than your bat. Now, I just needed to figure out where to hide it. Tomorrow, before the act, I would just stop by the school and grab it, because I couldn't ignore the possibility someone would see me bringing it home and think it was strange. But if I left it in here, there wouldn't be a problem. Plus tomorrow was Sunday. Not only that, it was the day of the biggest festival in the whole village. Nobody would be coming to school. I left out the entrance and went over to a construction vehicle parked nearby. We'd been warned by our teacher not to touch it just for laughs, so none of the kids would come near the vehicle either. They wouldn't, because if she found out they touched it, they'd be in huge trouble. I quietly hid it, in the shadow of the vehicle. The chances of someone operating the vehicle tomorrow were slim to none, because tomorrow was Sunday. Government workers had the day off, and, from what my classmates had said, the thing had been left here for years now. Machines that haven't been moved in years, you can't just suddenly start them up again. So I was almost definitively fine in this case. The sunlight was piercingly hot. My head grew faint for a moment. Had the heat been this harsh for the entire day? A moment of dulled thoughts like this was a moment of carelessness. I gave myself a couple hits in the head, then looked about warily. Okay. Next, how to dispose of the corpse. Disposing of the corpse. The ultimate way not to create a beginning was to not let the corpse be found. It was even more important than killing him. Thinking on it vaguely, the first thing that came to my mind was the swamp. Onigafuchi, the dreadful bottomless swamp revered even now, that appeared in the legends of Onigafuchi village. Yes, the swamp called Onigafuchi was here first, and then the village took its name to become Onigafuchi village. In other words, this swamp was the origin of Onigafuchi village. No one, no matter who it was, would float back to the surface of this bottomless swamp. Everyone would be swallowed down into the land of the demons below the earth. That was how the stories went. If I was trying to copy Oya Shiro-sama's curse, then I felt that theory demanded I discard the remains and the weapon into the swamp. But they may have said it's bottomless, but I didn't actually know. And people say large creatures like humans produce a lot of gas when they rot, granting a lot of buoyancy. It was why using fairly heavy objects to hold people down didn't work. Come to think of it, with the curse the year before last, Rika-chan's mother drowned herself in the swamp. And the criminal behind the dismemberment that went missing the year of the first curse too, it was rumored he'd tried to discard the body in the swamp and accidentally drowned in it. I never heard of the corpse coming back up or them finding it. Then, shouldn't I choose to discard the corpse there too? I could discard the weapon there. And then, for example, if her uncle came out on a motorcycle and attacked, it would be convenient to get rid of the bike, too. I knew that Satoko's uncle generally used a motorcycle for transportation. But, as for the corpse... After a lot of worrying, I decided not to discard the corpse in the swamp. The drowning suicide and accident were both rumors. Nobody knew if they'd actually happened. There were no lack of false rumors about the drowning suicide anyway, and it was possible the murderer hadn't drowned there and was still on the run. That meant no one had ever confirmed a corpse being dropped in there and then not coming back up. Then what would I do with the body? I thought it might be interesting to go with the first incident, cut him to pieces and hide him, but the preparation and work for dismembering a human body would be difficult given the amount of time I had. With that out of the question, I arrived at the conclusion to go with the more orthodox method of burying the body. Then where would I bury it was a question related to where I would kill him. Of course, I wanted to keep my time and proximity to the body a minimum. With that in mind, I would want to dig the hole to dump the body in beforehand, and to make the location of the act and the hole close together. The choice of where to plan the crime, that I needed to be absolutely careful and thorough with. It had to be somewhere nobody would witness it, and a place with hiding places for sneak attacks. I could dig a hole for the body right here. I go over the possibilities in my head of the various destinations her uncle would head to from Satoko's house. I imagined a map of the area in my head, and then I found a place that fulfilled those conditions so easily it was almost unbelievable. A bit of a back road that went through the woods. I didn't think her uncle would go deeper into the mountains of Yagochi on a whim. If he was going somewhere, he'd pass through these woods first. And nobody used this back way unless they had something to do with Satoko's house or one or two other places. This path was fantastically ideal, as few people used it. I'd wait for him, in these woods. Would an ambush actually be possible? I went into the trees and tried really hiding myself in a few places. It was extremely quiet. My senses could be sharpened here to their maximum amount. I didn't know when he'd come, but I'd wait right here for Satoko's uncle. I actually had some trouble coming to that decision. The question arose of whether I should somehow call the man out. Was there a risk I'd be taking by luring him here? That man made Satoko do all the shopping and errands. He seldom left on his own business. He wouldn't leave, unless I worked out a plan to force him to, would he? That was the question. Tomorrow was the Watanagashi festival. Would he go out for the festival, or would he stay inside? If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of his house? That's right. Wouldn't he make Satoko go to the festival? Satoko would go to the festival. Meanwhile, I would call the man. This is the Okinomiya police station. We have the young lady from your house. Could you come and pick her up immediately? It didn't even have to be the police. This is the clinic. The young lady from your house has been injured. Please come and pick her up. Yes, that would work too. If I claimed to be the police or the hospital, told him to come up, and then hung up on him, he'd rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? And just the other day, he was visited by a probation officer. He wouldn't suddenly grumble about having to get his niece and not go. It would look like child neglect. The man had no skills useful around the house. Satoko, his slave, was an essential part of his daily life. Conclusion: if he went out to the festival, I'd attack him there on his way there or back. If he didn't, I wouldn't lure him out by phone. If luring him out by phone was my first step, I needed to be sure Satoko would go to the festival, leaving the house. It would be convenient if I could make Mion take Satoko to the festival. She said her aunt was a district welfare officer, in other words, an ally to the probation officer. If I somehow incited Mion to take Satoko to the festival with her, well, being who she was, she'd use that fact and get her there. Satoko should just take a break and have fun at the festival with everyone. She should have a good time, reminisce on our former peaceful days, and when she went home, everything would be over. Yeah, that would be the best outcome. With that decided, I needed to dig a hole somewhere in the woods to hide the body. So it wouldn't stand out, so it wouldn't be found. Someplace nobody would see me while I was completely exposed as I buried the corpse. I had wanted it to be close to the scene of the crime, but it naturally grew further away. Deep in the bosom of the Black Forest, the voices of the Higurashi were the only sounds here, informing me that people shouldn't indiscreetly step foot in this place. Digging a hole, huh? Digging a hole with so many tree roots crawling around the ground would be far more difficult than I'd envisioned. I snuck a gardening spade out here in my bag, but that wouldn't be enough. Still, as I looked into various approaches, I managed to find a place I could dig into. Tomorrow I'd bring a real shovel from the storeroom at home. I'd manage with that. I wondered how big a hole would have to fit a human all the way into it. I'd probably have to dig pretty deep down, but if I was slipshod in these efforts, I'd let a beginning occur. I absolutely couldn't allow that. Use any amount of time you need to. I mustn't spare any effort to utterly erase him. I glanced at my wristwatch. It was a little past 6. This was probably all I was going to get done here for today. I really wanted to dig the hole in advance tonight, even if it got dark out, but Mom would be upset if I stayed out late. It wouldn't be good to come off as suspicious to my parents. I needed to go back home and give Mion a call soon. I needed to get her to promise to Satoko to take her by tonight. After that, today would be done. Done. Would it be, though? Was this really everything I could do to prepare for right now? I decided where to kill him. I decided how to kill him. I decided, of course, how to dispose of the body. I didn't decide on a time, but I would play that by ear. I didn't have a way to decide that. Was that really all? Was this really all right? Have I overlooked anything? Would this really go how I planned? After all, After all this, worries started welling up one after another. It was only natural I'd be anxious. This would be the first and last big job of my lifetime. I could not allow failure, and I had no experience as this was my first time. I didn't have the know-how, the knack, so it was only natural I'd be anxious. The dark clouds of unease told me doing nothing would be the easiest way, a truly pathetic suggestion this late in the game. Have you forgotten how miserable Satoko looked? From the outside it may have looked like I was resolute, but deep in my heart my knees were shaking loudly. I've never actually won a single fight to my satisfaction. Could I really kill someone? I may have been planning an ambush, but my enemy was larger and far older than me. He had a scary face, and he looked like he was well accustomed to fighting. Could I have... All the pieces before and after the murder were perfectly planned. But was the actual murder the most important part, what unsettled me the most? All my preparations, all of my perfectly concealed machinations. If I didn't successfully murder him, they amounted to nothing. Damn it. After coming this far, you're pathetic, Keiichi Maebara. If you start to have these kinds of second thoughts, your ulterior motives will be obvious. Let's go home. Go home and calm your mind. Tomorrow will be a juncture in your life, the likes of which graduation, employment, marriage, and childbirth couldn't hold a candle to. A day of murder. To kill someone. For someone else's sake. With that day behind us, we would take it back again. Those mild, spring-like days we never thought would stop. Those safe, peaceful, fun times. I pedaled my bicycle hard to get back home. I felt somehow unsteady, like my body and soul weren't in alignment. A subtle shift between where the tips of my hands and feet really were and where I felt them to be. My vision was a little distant and narrow, as if the great barrier I risked my future life on had nothing to do with me. An unreal sensation. How could I put it? Everything was so far away. Fine. Feel your unease permeate you, Keiichi Maebara. If that will turn your timidity into meticulousness and allow you to act with greater caution, then it's actually an important emotion to feel. This feeling I had never went away that night.
Chapter, more than any other so far, is the epitome of what can happen when every adult authority figure institution fail the youth they're supposed to be protecting, and so the youth feels forced to take it into your own hands. No, exactly. And that's kind of why, like, obviously I get the jokes that everybody makes about, like, oh yeah, fucking, like, let's go, kill Teppei, you know, all that shit. And, like, to be clear, I think he deserves it. I think he's a piece of shit. I'm not gonna sleep any worse at night knowing that he's taken out, but... it definitely doesn't need to, like, something of this magnitude does not need to be in the hands of a child. The fact that a child feels the need to take this into their own hands, to do something like that, is where every other precaution along the way has failed at that point. Like, every other thing that should have been done at this point in the game has not been done, and so this is what's happening, and it shouldn't be happening for that reason. Especially because, I mean, you know, I'm just imagining the profundity of the traumatization that happens with doing something like that, especially at that age. I mean, like, killing is a traumatizing act regardless, but especially for a child, that's just, it's really hard to imagine. It's really, really hard to imagine. So yeah, Keiichi should not have to be doing this.
It was the first time I'd be calling Mion's house. I searched for her in the phone book the school gave me, then dialed a short phone number, the kind unique to remote places. It was around dinner time. She would probably be home. But just as I started to think nobody would respond, someone finally picked up the receiver. Hello? Oh, wait. Hold on.
Hello, this is Sonozaki.
Oh, I'm sorry for calling so late at night. Is this Mion?
Huh? May I ask who's calling?
It's me, Keiichi.
Oh, Kei-chan. It's pretty late. What's up?
She seemed to be in a weirdly good mood, and she drew her syllables out. Right, it's the night before tomorrow's festival, so she's probably with her family having some drinks. Sorry for the late call. Do you have time right now?
Sure, what is it?
It's about Satoko. I heard her draw in a small breath on the other end.
Satoko. She's in a pretty bad spot. I hope she's okay.
The scent of sake had completely disappeared from her voice. She can't be okay. You saw it too, didn't you? What was she like? She was completely worn out from all the abuse. We failed her all this time, and now she's become like that.
We didn't fail her. Everyone tried their hardest to help her.
But we didn't come up with anything, and we couldn't save her. In the end, we couldn't do anything about it, and now she's become like that.
I guess you're right. All I did was watch, after all.
So, well, at least... Couldn't we at least let her have some fun for one night?
Huh? Let her have fun?
She's been so battered lately. You understand. That's why. I want you to take her to the Watanagashi festival tomorrow.
I don't mind. But why?
Why? I want to give her a breather, at least for the festival night, you know? Even if it is just for one night. If she can get away from her evil uncle, then I think she'll be happy, even if it's only for a little while.
Yes, but why?
Why? Why what? I was having a little difficulty understanding what Mion was asking me.
Why, well, I mean, why don't you bring her, Kei-chan? Why do you need to ask me to do it?
Mion was persistent about odd things. No, maybe it'd be better to say that she was sharp. I actually have something to do tomorrow. I can't make it to the festival, so I wanted you to take Satoko there for me.
Something to do?
It's nothing major. I'll probably finish quickly, but I might not be able to meet up with you all tomorrow. Hey, Mion. Could I leave Satoko to you? Just for tomorrow night? Mion took a long time to give a reply. I got the feeling that Mion had been acting weird for a little while now. Like she was flustered by emotions or something.
No. Oh.
Wait, sorry. Hold on. I didn't read that correctly. Let me try that again.
No.
Huh? Was that a sob? Mion? Are you crying?
I said no. I don't want to. I don't want you to push this onto someone like me.
I'm not trying to push anything onto you. It's just for tomorrow night.
That was a lie.
What? Mion, what was she talking about?
Saying it's just for the night of Watanagashi. And then it was forever. Liar. But I guess we're even, huh? Couldn't keep the promise I made with you. I left her alone. Alone all this time.
I had no idea what to say to that. Mion was clearly now talking to someone other than me. I didn't know who. All I could do was listen to her in a daze.
You never came back after that. And now you called me again to push her onto me. You're so unfair. Hey, you're Satoshi-kun, aren't you?
Mion, what are you talking about? When I said her name, whatever spell was on Mion was released.
I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's just that I got a phone call a lot like the one you're making now. A long time ago.
Was it from Satoshi? Mion didn't answer. All I could hear were sobs coming through the receiver.
Sorry. I think I'm still a little tipsy.
I got all weirdly emotional. Sorry, I probably scared you. I had no idea how it happened, but I was pretty sure that last year, on this very day, Satoshi had called Mion and told her to bring Satoko to the festival. And when she asked why he needed her to do it, he replied the same way I just did. Satoshi didn't go to the festival, did he? Yeah. He said he had something to do and couldn't make it. And he told me to take Satoko there in his place. At the time, Satoshi said it too, didn't he? That he'd leave Satoko to you? Yeah, he did. Just for tomorrow night. The way you said it. It was just like how he did. I just got a little upset. Caught up in a memory and all. I didn't expect this. Satoshi had given her the exact same phone call 1 year ago today. After that, Mion had said more. That he was lying. That he told her it would only be for the night of the festival. I get it. A few days later, Satoshi, he disappeared. Disappeared might have been a rather vague way to put it. Whether he ran away or not, Satoshi left, abandoning Satoko. Yes. He didn't transfer or run away from home. He disappeared. And then, an idea far more indistinct than even fog crossed my mind. Satoshi made exactly the same phone call as me last year. Why would Satoshi make the exact same call? If, in the truest sense, he really made the exact same phone call as I am right now, then the incident where their aunt was beaten to death, that's... Could it... Was... Satoshi... Huh? What was that? Last year, Satoko had been constantly abused by her uncle's wife, their aunt, too. Her aunt abused her the most. And on that night, in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, she was taken from this world. If I thought about that, everything made perfect sense, didn't it? Last year, Satoko's aunt was also beaten to death, wasn't she? Would it be impossible for Satoshi to have? No, but that would mean... But then, Satoshi... He was a coward who abandoned Satoko and ran away, wasn't he? How could Satoshi resolve himself to kill a person to save Satoko? It was unthinkable. I actually considered that as well. Though it'd be mean to Satoshi. A few days later, he disappeared. On Satoko's birthday. When I first heard it, I flew into a rage. What a cruel day to have to run away on. But now that I thought about it like this, the story changed completely. Satoshi had probably been even less calm than I was now. He was her big brother, related by blood, watching his little sister be abused day in and day out. Maybe that's why he couldn't keep calm. And that was why the corpse of their aunt, beaten to death, was so easily discovered. Satoshi lost himself in his anger and hadn't hidden the corpse. He'd permitted a beginning to occur. If the police conducted a full-blown investigation, it was easy to imagine they wouldn't take long to pin down Satoshi as the culprit. Satoshi. He wished for a return to peaceful days with Satoko, and though he achieved it for a time, he had been steadily driven into a corner. And then, he wanted to at least hold out until Satoko's birthday, but finally, they nailed him. At the time, Satoshi had been carrying the savings he'd amassed to buy Satoko a giant stuffed animal for a birthday present. He would buy the stuffed animal as her gift, and then get caught. Or he could use the money and disappear. That was the choice he had been forced to make. And he decided not to make Satoko the sister of a murderer. If that was the case, then it must have been an unspeakably bitter decision. All that money he'd saved wanting to see Satoko happy, he'd used it to make her sad. And he used the savings and disappeared to Tokyo, if the rumors were true. Was that how Satoshi disappeared?
Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I since I've watched it, so I could be wrong about this, but like, if somebody has watched it more recently in the chat than I have, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this scene just straight up is not in the anime at all. I feel like this scene just literally isn't in it. Which is fucking crazy if I'm remembering that right. It's not. Yeah. It's just not in the anime. There's so much important shit that's just not in the anime. Later on, a couple arcs from now, there's going to be something that gets included that I'm going to tell you was not in the anime, and you are going to fully not believe your ears when I tell you about that one. But, anywho.
I don't know. That Oishi guy seems to think that way now. Oishi. Had he been slowly driven into a corner by that repulsive man's pig-headed pursuit? The circumstantial evidence is all there, but I think your deduction is wrong. They caught some lowlife somewhere in the prefecture and he apparently turned himself in for the crime.
Let me guess, no one dies in the anime? Oh no, people, yes, absolutely. The most recognized thing about the anime is that it is extremely gory. It is heavily, heavily turned into a spectacle. That's kind of what I hate about the anime so much, is that the VN is so focused on the psychological aspect. The violence, like, yes, the violence happens, it's gruesome, but like the focus is almost always on the characters and their mindsets rather than the actual shocking events. The anime is literally just, whoa, look at all the gore, oh, look at how crazy it is, little girls are dying and stuff, and that's pretty much only what a bunch of people remember Higurashi for, because the anime was the most popular version of the story, it was the most accessible version, so that is Higurashi's reputation in the wider anime community, and it fucking blows. The deviant had confessed, and the incident was solved. They said he really was just a crazy person, and that he had no ties to Hinamizawa, and no relationship with Satoshi, of course. I mean, I have a pretty hard time believing the guy would lie in Satoshi's place. You couldn't just arbitrarily decide like that. You never know where or how humans are tied together. If that guy took the blame, then it was the perfect crime. Of course, if it really was a perfect crime, there would have been no reason for Satoshi to vanish. Our Habaki gave me the $5. The greatest feat the anime had was giving the VAs the chance to do their excellent roles and performances time. That's it, no other merits. Yeah, pretty much. And, believe it or not, they actually performed their roles for the first time before that, in the drama CDs, which are far better than the anime, so... jeez. Like, the whole twin thing is immediately revealed through a slicing of the night scene at the Toy Store, I think, in the Dean anime. Yes, you're completely right about that. Which also means that they give dialogue that is meant to belong to Mion to Shion, even though it doesn't make sense for her to say the things that she says in that scene at all. It fucking sucks. Armac with the Canadian $20. Finally caught up from the Umineko stream. Is going to be the first stream that isn't at 1.5 times speed, so I'm braced for slow motion storytelling by contrast. Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Plus, I don't think Satoshi had the kind of money to run away. That day he withdrew all of his savings. No matter who I tell this to, nobody believes me, but that stuffed animal he said he was buying for Satoko, it was gone from the display. Sold. It must have been Satoshi.
Wait a minute. If he didn't use the money to flee and bought the stuffed animal instead, he would have gone back to Satoko, wouldn't he? It seems unbelievable he'd buy it and then disappear without having given it to her. Didn't Dean also do the Umineko anime, which also sucks worse in a narrative way? Yes, they did. The Umineko anime is god-awful. It is a genuine, 1 out of 10. It is absolutely abysmal.
Yeah. So, now I don't know what happened. It would be one thing if he had the money, but if he used all of his savings on it, he'd be totally broke. You can't live a life on the run without money in this world.
I didn't get it.
After all that, I was understanding Satoshi less and less. The two of us fell silent.
Halo Waters, which is worse, DR3 or the Umineko anime? I would honestly rather watch DR3. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, that's just the truth.
I couldn't remember how we even got on this topic.
Sorry. I think we got off topic. Satoko, right? Don't worry. I actually already invited her.
Huh? You serious?
When everyone went to the shrine to prepare for the festival, we started talking about getting Satoko to the festival itself. So then I used the phone at the assembly hall to invite her. Her uncle was acting distant and didn't seem to care at all, but in any case, we got the okay from him. We decided to all meet up and go together tomorrow. You okay with that? Satoshi?
Stupid. I'm not Satoshi. I was a little relieved. I hadn't needed to make the phone call. Satoko had already been invited to the festival. And not in a way that smelled of blood, a way to leave her uncle alone to create time for me to kill him. They purely wanted Satoko to enjoy herself, so they invited her. In the end, it was the same, but I was happy for that slight difference. Sorry. I guess I didn't need to call then. First yesterday, now today. Sorry for, saying such weird things. Just forget about it.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. Losing it like that isn't like me. I'm really sorry.
We apologized to each other for a little bit. Alright, I'll be going now. Good night.
What did you have to do?
As if interrupting our parting words, Mion struck straight where it hurt.
Oh yeah, I will say I agree with the chat message that the openings and the endings in the Higurashi anime are really good though. I think the first one is kind of unfitting, honestly. I kind of dislike it, at least in the context of the series, for some of the same reasons that I dislike the anime itself, but it's a good song. And yeah, the EDs are all really good. I actually own some production sketches from the Higurashi anime myself. They are hanging on my wall right now. Drawings that were actually made for that fucking thing, that were in the studio. That's cool. That's one of my favorite additions to my collection. Is the anime worth watching? I've only played the VN. If you've played the VN already, then no, I wouldn't say so. Only if you wanted the novelty of seeing certain scenes animated.
As if interrupting our parting words, Mion struck straight where it hurt.
Or is it like with Satoshi, where you can't say?
Stupid. I keep telling you, I'm not Satoshi.
Yeah, I know that.
I deflected her, with a response that really wasn't an answer. Mion didn't hound me anymore after that. Alright, this time for real. Good night.
I don't know why you're giving me the same phone call as Satoshi couldn't did, but yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. Good night.
I'm hanging up. Click. Satoshi Hojo. Just who are you? I scorned you as a coward who ran away, abandoning his sister. I always thought you didn't have the right to call yourself Nini. But now I didn't know what to think. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year, their aunt's death, and Satoshi's disappearance. And now, me trying to carry out Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th. Oddly enough, what I was going to do overlapped perfectly with Satoshi, the day before the curse. No, that wasn't all. If we start, back from Satoko being abused, then I'd be overlapping with Satoshi for days already. When I talked to Mion before, she asked me if I was Satoshi. If that was the first impression a third party like Mion got, then it was probably true. Then, as Satoshi had accomplished, I would succeed in the murder, but that was the extent to which we overlapped. I was far calmer than Satoshi, and more calculating. I could actually grow calmer the more enthusiastic I became. That's why I wouldn't follow in Satoshi's footsteps. I would snip him cleanly out of the world, and then get our peaceful life back. Maybe Satoshi had been with me ever since I chose to use Satoshi's bat as my weapon. No, maybe even longer than that. When I decided I'd be her Nini, maybe Satoshi had been residing within me then too. Satoshi, were you really A coward? Or are you a true Nini even now? The kind worthy of Satoko's love? I'd never met him, never spoken to him, didn't even know his face, and yet I felt so connected to him. I'd never felt that way before.
No, yeah, both Gloomy and Rahela, I totally agree with you. The anime is how I got into the series as well when I was in elementary school. I watched the anime, and then I read the manga, and I was like, wait a minute. This manga is actually pretty fire. This is kind of better than the anime. And then after that, I was like, I guess I better read that visual novel, and then I read that. Yes, Grifter. Elementary. I first picked up Higurashi when I was in 5th grade. It was probably not the best time for me to be doing that, but I did. For the attention of those on the housewife slaughter incident case.
July 1982. Okinomiya Police Station, 1st Investigative Division. Chief Takasugi. Prefecture Police Headquarters for the Eradication of Drug-Related Crime. Shishibone Branch Head. Regarding Incident Blank, designated as Undercover Investigation. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of an incident under this police headquarters jurisdiction has been found. That is thought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question, Okinomiya Police Station X, Hinamizawa Village housewife slaughter incident. During investigation of suspect Blank, who was arrested for possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony alluding to the crime in question, and it became clear that it contained information that only the perpetrator could have known. Therefore, we're prepared to share this record of testimony with you, duplicate attached. If this testimonial is to be believed, then there is an extremely high chance the suspect Blank was the perpetrator in the incident in question. In addition, on receiving this testimony, the head investigator on the case inquired as to the incident with the Okinomiya Police Station. But the responsible party at Okinomiya Police Station misunderstood, and in compliance with the designation as an undercover investigation by executive order from Prefectural Police Headquarters on July 1st, 1982, General Administration, B1-12, they did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator as they should have. Because of this, the head investigator did not realize the importance of the testimony as it related to the case in question, and as a result was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having effectively ignored it until now. In addition, there is a postscript stating that the suspect Blank died while in confinement yesterday on XXX.
Yeah, I've never watched a Higurashi abridged other than 2 in particular, or well, no, 3 in particular. One was Falero's, which is pretty good. I like Chris's stuff. Number 2 was Casey and Friends, obviously. Casey and Friends is fucking classic. The fuck? No! Cheese! I can't have any dairy products! Just absolutely fantastic. Please watch Casey and Friends if you haven't. It is a relic from my childhood. I watched that video when I was a kid so many times. And then there was another one that I will not name, number 1, because I don't know how well it holds up, and also the creator of it's kind of a weirdo. So I'm just not going to bring attention to that one in particular. But I did watch it a lot when I was in middle school. Anywho.
Some people who are lactose intolerant will go to the emergency room.
That fucking video is so good. Oh my god. If I wasn't worried that I would get a copyright strike for showing it, I honestly just would at the end of the stream.
Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival.
Can we watch Casey and Friends without fear of spoilers? Yes, it just covers Onikakushi. That's it.
And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open, or it wouldn't begin. The Furude Shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls, the voices of kids running around, their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Watanagashi. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? Is watching Higurashi when you're in elementary that surprising to hear about? My father let me watch Princess Mononoke. Yeah, I watched Mononoke at a sort of similar time as well. I had a lot of, hold on, let me read Rahela's message real quick. With the $5. Does Austin still do his silly voices, voicing Keiji and Satoko for this arc? We haven't gotten around to reading it yet, although we told him that this one probably wouldn't be the one for that. But no, yeah, I had like a group of friends in elementary that were slightly older than me that I met at a church retreat of all places. That I ended up going to a birthday party out of town at that friend's house, and we all were Higurashi heads, and we would sing the character songs together, and we would talk about it, and we would play like games like the club would. I missed that. That was really fun. And meeting other When They Cry fans at AX, honestly, was the first time that I had kind of felt that feeling again. It reminded me of how fun and sweet it is to be in the company of other When They Cry fans, honestly. It's a very, like, specific feeling I only get from that fandom in particular, really, when I spend time with other people who like it. Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounged about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spent my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made exactly the same phone call as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddied feelings I had then. And now, entering today. Right now, I lacked all the emotions I'd possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up, when you're still half asleep, and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he'd committed against Satoko, nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no discontent towards my friends who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes, right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I would probably need to let my violent emotions take control, but right up until that very moment, I would like to be an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective, and then, when I had my prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. That sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little at thinking that way, thinking like an insect. Tug. I tightened my laces one more time, and walked out the door. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need to dig it into the man's grave. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into 3, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it. And even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self, deep within me, was hesitant. I knew that the act of dismantling this shovel was the first step I'd take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but it finally submitted before the strength of my determination. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity, but even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Still, I was fortunate enough not to run across anybody on the way to my planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole is in the grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around. Not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began skillfully putting it together. Then, I stuck the tip of the shovel into a soft-looking patch of ground and pushed on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright. 1, 2... I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground, and I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it. I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was going to be to dig a hole big enough for a person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even harder. I'd dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. The thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was in even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin, and it felt so disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. Damn it all. So what? So what? Are you telling me to pack up and go home? Is that it? I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself, me telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school, or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the commands of others. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. I'd never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early, and if all my classmates and I got in a line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average. And it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball teams would have a passionate rock-paper-scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother. Keiichi, would you like to go to a cram school? You'll better grasp what you're learning in school, and it will be more fun. The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the tests with the same exact problems dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it. almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Several days later, I went to the cram school again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remember one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something. By 61, do you mean his average score was 61 points?
No, not at all, Mrs. Mybar. The deviation from the mean of all of our cram schools across the country is 61. He's showing extraordinary numbers, even on a simple intelligence test. First, I'd like to say that Keiichi Maibara-kun is extremely bright.
Keiichi? But he doesn't have very good grades at school. He has average marks on his report cards, B's, C's, D's. Is there some kind of mistake?
We cross-checked with several tests as well, and we learned some very interesting things as a result. Maibara-kun is extremely weak when faced with questions that don't have any meaning. He just has no interest in simple, dull questions that don't have to do with everyday life. So, even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples, then got 3 more, he'd understand that sort—
Oh wait, that's Keiichi's mom. So even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples, then got 3 more, he'd understand that sort of question?
That's right. For example, instead of telling him to draw a flattened, foldable cube, what if we asked him what a die would look like when cut open? If we did that, he can answer beautifully. Then the person from the cram school showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they? In this question, it asks to draw an unfolded regular icosahedron, a shape with 20 faces. When we rephrased it and asked him how we would cut out a piece of cardboard to create a 20-sided die, Keiichi-kun drew the answer as though it were easy. This is not something an average child can do.
Keiichi, have you ever made a die with 20 sides from a magazine extra or anything? Dice only went from 1 to 6. I'd never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides, so it was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that went up to 20 would have. If I had a die like that, I could win at snakes and ladders against anyone, so I immediately wanted to make it. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't as good at them physically, I triumphed over them in some ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too, and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation, because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only at the beginning I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind what I was learning in cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me to sleep with their lectures. And well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew, and the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in that state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told, then I'd go above and beyond their expectations, and then they praised me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot into the room. Clatter. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination trying to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a supremely painful trap someone had set up. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred? That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class was surprised, too. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all in different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. And as I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. This fresh sense of surprise had never left my life, even to this day. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I'd never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards, with scratches on the back to cheat. We let all of our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. Recently during those times, there was a bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was, part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home. And I vowed to become her Nini. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it may have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. When did those sunny days go all wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I told myself that so many times, but I did anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Oh, hold on just a second. I have to respond to something about dinner. I did want to take a moment aside, by the way. Sorry to interrupt the reading for just a moment, but I did want to mention it because I had only just gotten to mention it on social media before this point. But for those of you who like my voice acting that I do here, I got to finally roll announce the fact that I'm going to be in an animated pilot that should be coming out sometime this year. It is made by YouTuber Aziz, if you are familiar with their stuff at all. Love their stuff. Great person, very cool. And I voice a fun, dorky, trans bunny girl. So you should watch it when it comes out. It's called Wastelandia. It's gonna be really, really cool. So yeah, if you want to see my post about it, I posted about it on my Blue Sky. If you were already following my Twitter before I locked it up and left, I put a post there just for the heck of it. But yeah. Anywho, we can get back to the rating now. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down. Not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing, one for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. Put the link on the community tab when the pilot drops. Oh, absolutely. I plan to, for sure. Junepop with the $5. Congrats on putting the VA in NezumiVA. Thank you. But that disheartening path would keep on going forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. That kind of path, only available to those who are able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed at breaking from the brightly lit, paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. And I hadn't discarded that paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then, I'd spend those average sunny days at my leisure. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't believe it. Did I dig all this myself? I think digging this much is enough, right? I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I would drag the body here, throw it into the hole, and cover it up with dirt. Even if it took me time to camouflage it by putting plants on top, it would all go much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening, and I hadn't realized it. I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a long time. I took a seat on a slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it got a little darker, I'd go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I'd make the call to lure him out. And then I'd do it. The number of things I needed to do to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that, a contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for when the time was right was an indescribably slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. If I fell to the level of a psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time as I was aware that I was a human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay. Let's go. One step at a time. I would walk my own path, a path no one had forced me to walk. Let's do this. Keiichi Maibara. The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near, and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. When that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over. Very soon. Everything would end. Yes. When the Higurashi cried.
Damn. I have to say, of all the title drops in the series, I think that's probably one of the best ones. Also, one second, I just gotta do this real quick. Okay. Got it. Okay, there we go.
There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside, but it was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, a premonition, that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then the sensation of chilled metal, It was still here when I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He'd waited here patiently. For me.
Armac with a Canadian $10. To quote Tav Baldur's Gate, you have to feel that when taking a life, or else you lose who you are.
Mm-hmm. Sorry for the wait, Satoshi. It's been a long time coming. You prepared for this? Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's what I should be asking, you know? I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself. Right on, Satoshi. Let's show him a bad time. Satoshi's back got lighter and lighter, and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally, it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call, to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use the school phone? But as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. I couldn't call him. And just for that, was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. And just as I cursed my own naivete, a miracle occurred. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged man. The one from the Forest Service field office. Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? Anyway, the forest officer went around back and felt around in his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence, and it had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. The sections for the forest officer and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office storehouse, which was so far in the back students weren't allowed into it. The door didn't match its fittings well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silently and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out the school gate. The school once again emptied, becoming deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house now, where she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers and then thought for a moment about what to say exactly when he picked up, despite how many times I'd gone over it in my head last night. Now that I had my finger on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. More important, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. Sorry, just have to adjust the way I was sitting there. I was getting kind of uncomfy. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now, of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up, and the feeling of doom in the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't, whirled around in a vortex.
Hello?
It was the voice of a grumpy man, like he had just woken up. He picked up.
Hello?
Say your name so I know you're a Hojo, you asshole. It'd be terrible if I got it wrong. I made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Here we go. This is the Shishibone Okonomiya police station. Am I speaking to the Hojo residents? I was changing my voice, but did he really think I sounded like an adult? Would he believe I was the police?
Oh, yes. This is Hojo.
We currently have your daughter, Satoko Hojo, here with us.
What? Satoko? What'd that brat do?
He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words.
I can explain the particulars once you've arrived here. Would you mind coming to the station right away?
Right now? I already took a bath myself, so I don't really want to go out like this, so...
What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath?
Yes, right away.
Satoko do?
I'll explain once you're here. I'll be waiting. Thank you for your assistance.
1 second. I don't know where the police station is. Where am I going?
You moron. What the hell? The Okonomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke.
Oh, next to the fire station, right? That's pretty far.
Thank goodness, he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, so long as he left his house to get there. Then we'll be waiting here.
Oh, wait. Who am I asking for once I get there? What's your name?
On top of that, he wanted to know my name? Just leave your goddamn house already! Maebashi. Excuse me. That was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. My fingers were trembling and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back as fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learned there was no one at the station named Maebashi and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though I didn't know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. But I didn't generally come around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible, to control my breathing, and to ambush the man. I hid my bike in a thicket, and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I'd just left hidden in the shade. And then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here. Or maybe he went right out after the phone call and passed by here already. I couldn't figure out which it was, and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Even if he came here already, he'd pass by here on his way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. He'd probably be coming on his motorcycle. How would I stop him then? I figured it'd be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to stop falling, to help falling. And then, the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from the sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I'd know. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he just went a little farther, he'd cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then when I had, I'd put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes and face. Those last feelings of hesitation. I did away with them. Satoko, now, your Nini will end it. Okay? Closer. Closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Yeah. I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all of my might. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened, and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. My breathing started to become ragged.
No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings they'd been attached to had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara, do you need to remember again why things got to this point today? Scrape, scrape. I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, then another toward Satoko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes, at this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. I just rescinded it. So he mustn't stay in this world any longer, if he lived any longer. If Satoko's misfortune continued, it would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. I could feel the cooling substance go through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked. That hurt! That's all it took. For it to hurt. Satoko's heart hurt much more. And now, you're gonna feel that. And, with your life, I'll make up for her pain. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute. 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 Utterly calmly, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get the most effective spot, at least during the first moment I'd have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. And if he was hit in the head, he'd cover his head. It was a defensive reaction all humans made, like machines. He used both hands to cover his head, so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was on the ground. Like pounding a caterpillar into the dirt, I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I'd hit him in the side. If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he'd made after seeing my face and decided whether to fight me. Right now, he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was concerned about. He may have run, but it wasn't all that unlucky, and the odds were in my favor. The uncle didn't run towards people, but off the path and into the woods. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded, and my total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow, and dashed. I crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and dove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, mind, and body were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time I'd felt like this. Wow, this was the first experience I'd ever had killing someone. It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time, and that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness, but it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. I felt like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle who was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten, like a herbivore running with all of its might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind. Deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine. Run as much as you like. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt. Your lungs will feel about to burst. Your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means, stop any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of approaching death, he just ran shamefully onward. He ran, but he was chased. His head bashed with a metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. From his mouth came the sounds of coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying, and pleas for forgiveness to someone, I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now run, then fall and moan and die! Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you should have never showed up! If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable! We would have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine, laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right now! We'd be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it a competition, and we as a club would have a grand time. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance, and everyone would say how fun it was, and would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny. Warm times spent with friends. And that would have happened. But it didn't, and now it was all smashed to pieces. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in that world. But I would correct that mistake now! I would erase you and make it so this last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival. The holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one. The hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus it is the end. The end. The end. The end. End! You don't have to run away anymore. Die. Those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud that it shook the ground, and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was clearly different than the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. It had been the final killing attack that visited him, when I didn't overlook the opening he left as his knees gave out from under him. I remained alert for a few moments, then thud, thud. He planted both knees in the ground, and then fell forwards, burying his head in the ground. I'd been holding back my ragged breathing, but now it all came out of me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light and unable to maintain my balance. I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him? For sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood, and drew towards him carefully, bat still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it. I'm trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat from far above and brought it down. His body leaped like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. Then once again, I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different, and it started to spray a filthy, dark red liquid everywhere.
Atropos with the $2. I've been informed that the bitch is dead. Yippee!
That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like that, he wasn't bent very much. There were very few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained, with black, with red, with mud and blood. But that itself would be evidence. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I'd ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. All right, Keiichi. Calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now's the time to be as cold as ice. I needed to bury the body. But where was I? I'd simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. I couldn't take a guess as to how far we'd run. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. My vision was so good I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the streetlight. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was. This is... Oh no. This was the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. We were unbelievably far away from Satoko's house. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I'd dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike the man took here was still lying in the middle of the path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate, and they wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first, and I wanted to get the shovel back from where I'd left it next to the hole. I shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour, and was more sludgy from here than when I was before. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, my bicycle was still over where I'd left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half of my goal. The other half would be just as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he'd never existed, and regain the peaceful times we had before. I bent my head backwards, and calmed my mind even further. The big water droplets struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable, and for a while I let my desire have its way. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. I was a little surprised. But once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? A plan suggested by my exhaustion, the anxiety at getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. I turned the key, and then you just kicked this pedal, right? Yeah. Yeah! It's on! And then, I gripped the handlebars, first the right, then the left. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time, slowly, gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Mion told me once that you can get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This was pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too, but I didn't know how I would pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down on the seat of my pants and hunched over, it wouldn't fall out. I got back on the bike, and this time got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light, and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I really didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through with the rain or hurrying on their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. Yesterday, I might have been wary of even these passerbys, but right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onigafuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found out you were playing at the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in the place. They'd talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, then just tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all the crayfish would come running. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. And, as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliffs-like stop that I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, man, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Watanagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maibara went missing. People would whisper that I'd been demoned away. The 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike, and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I just let go when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I'd imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy, after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp, and it would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret about Satoshi's bat. I washed the bat with muddy water, and the gore sticking to it came off easily. I'd sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, so it could continue to keep watch over Satoko. Satoshi, I probably, misunderstood you. Satoshi listened quietly, without nodding. I'm absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident. But I know. That was something you did for her. And then you disappeared. You finally got back that peace, and lost it within days. So, I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But I will never forget this short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then, my hand moved of its own accord, and the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment I regretted having thrown it, but I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted.
You're right. I still can't let myself give into emotion just yet.
I'd return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted, and I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the advice that I needed to finish this up soon, then fell silent for eternity, and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Oh, I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. The shovel was here too. Not good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would almost go black. Pull yourself together, Keiichi Maibara. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I had hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I had hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen, and now everything was black in the night, and I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. Wait, you can't be serious. The sweat the rain had washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest, where the streetlights could never reach, the fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I'd been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I could still have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I'd lose even my sense of direction, and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Oh right, my house's storage room. There was another shovel there, the same fold-up kind. Couldn't I just go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maibara is written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store, made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel there. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I could give up and go back to the storage room, and there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just a lantern? The light of a lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes, and I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I'd left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, had finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now, the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I'd go back to the storage room at home. Then I'd get the lantern. Now that it's gotten this dark, I might still need to dig a hole for the body, too. And I'd get the other shovel. And then I'd deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I'd come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to at least do that much. But I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. Oh, boy. Oh, God.
Ugh. I'll just stretch my shoulders for a second. Feel stiff. Ugh. Okay. Whenever, it's probably only going to be like a few minutes, if I had to guess, but whenever my food ends up getting here, that I asked Austin to pick up while he was out, then I will probably be taking a BRB to eat dinner real quick when that gets here. But, yeah.
The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. I thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten from just this one night. There was a warm light coming from curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and there were beyond those curtains, were so different. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival, and be talking to my parents about how much fun I'd had with all of my friends. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself sleep. Right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth from those weak streetlights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what purpose did I need to kill someone so badly that it was worth feeling this terrible? I'd lost sight of that purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko, and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all fought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up, and I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return, and she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. All that I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her. I did. I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. And that's when I first realized that the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much. It was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at having saved Satoko. I didn't know why, really, anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. All right, Keiichi Maibara. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was one thing that was true. There was the indisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I'd undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I'd accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then, I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long Did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof that the very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. It was fortunate. I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I had managed to get back to the body like this. The corpse was now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing had already sunk into the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater flowing in from there. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation, I stepped into the puddle. Luckily, the whole muddy stream washed it all away. I couldn't leave any slight traces, like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black, but my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments, and once I managed to reach the streetlights on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought, and the shovel's tip easily slid inside it. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally, a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was that the distance I could spot cars was getting gradually shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less, and with the car that just passed by, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone were to take a peek in secret, as I was burying the body, at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I roused all my half-asleep senses, and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, then I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My five senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I'd just throw the corpse in as a test. I swallowed, getting my breathing under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it. But of course it did. Considering this man's weight, it was easily 80 kilograms. I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished a long time ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. All right, let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole, and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little farther to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion, that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. In any case, in a great rush, I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I'd just kill them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish splash, squish squash. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. This time. For real. It was over. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. Yes, it was over. I did it. I did it, you motherfucker! And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over. So let's go home. You already buried the whole thing, so now it's like it never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled up to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. I stood up my bike. It had been laying in the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into the front basket. I put the shovel down the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars. I was swaying to and fro like a drunk, but I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swaying slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me that I was in the middle of the road. I had to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was so exhausted, I couldn't do anything. Wobble, 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 wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or to the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision, and telling myself again that I really needed to get out of the way, I jerked the handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as cold sweat broke out on my skin, the driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a counterclockwise U-turn, and came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. "You idiot! What are you doing here?" I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that.
Oh my. Look who it is.
It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her. Sorry, I hit the spacebar by accident. Takano-san.
Good evening. The moon's very pretty tonight.
My broken. It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was for some reason uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. Out of all the people I could have met, I got the sudden feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least.
What are you doing out so late? And you're soaked and covered in mud, and no umbrella either. What is that? A shovel?
She'd come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was doing. And yet, she smiled, as though she knew everything. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her onto anything, lest you dig your own grave.
The rumors say you were playing baseball with a golf club. Is that what the shovel is for, too? You're using it as an umbrella?
I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out. And when I went with Rena to go digging for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there.
And you went to get it in this downpour?
When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so...
It's been raining for a while, then. You've been out for quite some time, haven't you?
Well, yes. I was kind of wandering around.
Even so. You came from that direction, didn't you? The dam's in the opposite direction, you know.
Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me. And as she played her little word games, she enjoyed driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess, just from the situation, of what I'd been doing. My timing really sucked, to run into her of all people of all times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very, very end, did I run into her of all people? What do you do, Keiichi Maibara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if I thought it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she'd come in afterward would be an issue. I couldn't drive a car. It was completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her. Yes, in tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. A black flame, quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body.
That's a scary look. Did I tease you too much?
Takano-san started to laugh by herself, then thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away.
Leaving that aside, how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that? Would you mind moving out of the way?
If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle in it and fell over.
Ah! Ow, shit!
There was a sharp pain in the ankle I'd twisted. This is nonsense. A sprained ankle? Now?
Oh my. Are you alright? Did you twist your ankle?
Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle I keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was.
Can you stand?
I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat door. And then gave me her shoulder to stand up with.
I'll take you home. I do feel bad, since it's almost like I hit you.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't just leave you there. It's a good thing I'm a nice person.
Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person, but that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around back and looked at my bike on the ground.
I don't suppose we could take the bicycle home tomorrow?
I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain, since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has the name Maibara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this. Well, can you somehow put it in the car? I sort of need it.
The trunk is already full. If I put it in the back seat, it'll get the seats dirty with mud. Well, given how you're already in here, it's already dirty, I suppose. I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thought seemed to get through to her. Alright. I'll put it in here for you. I'll be really nice, but just for tonight, okay? Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smile of hers? And, even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body, and to me. Sorry to ask another favor, but could you get my shovel too? Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression. Your shovel? That's fine with me. Is it important?
The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed.
All right, I understand. You need your shovel, right? You don't need to make such a mean face.
Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look.
Okay, let's be off. Maibara-kun, you live at the Maibara Mansion, don't you?
Why does everyone call my house the Maibara Mansion?
Because it's actually a mansion. It must be nice to be rich.
As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn, using the shoulder of the road, she steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What was that? Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time. The body.
How well was it buried?
I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. But my lungs were squeezed tight, and I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about?
When burying bodies in mountains like these, you have to bury it fairly deep because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an incident being uncovered. The police head out to a stretch of mountains. Actually happens pretty often, you know. Pound, pound. Clang, clang. Huge, rusted bells started ringing in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. No, wait. That's not... Wait, anyway, this woman, how much does she know? She just passed by here in her car by coincidence, and we ran into each other by coincidence. If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left, she came back in her car, it didn't make logical sense. So then, why? Keiichi Maibara. That's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened, and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. Then I'd use my hands and strangle her. But she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then, suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me. What? No witty retort?
For a moment, I was surprised. What was she talking about?
It would seem we're not a very good match.
Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she'd said a few times in my head, and finally realized she'd meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her, no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have an even harder time doing it when we got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in an almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman have I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off, and at the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. What bad luck. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this all right, Keiichi Maibara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. She stepped on the brakes, and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window, and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately that it was my house.
I'll go get your folks for you. Would you mind the place for a few moments while I'm gone?
Don't make fun of me, please. Besides, look, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself.
Oh my. You were in such pain before that you had to get me to carry you. Did you just want a pretty lady to be nice to you?
As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce, as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I'd twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, then she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. Click. Takano-san opened the passenger side door for me.
You're sure you don't need my shoulders? I wouldn't mind doing it for you again.
I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door. Thank you very much. I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously, terrible luck.
Alright, I'll be leaving then. Keep it a secret that we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay? Especially from Jiro-san.
Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomitake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitake then. And then, the other bike, the folding one in the back seat. Sorry. Looking at something real quick. The other bike, the folding one in the back seat, that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Hey, excuse me. You're from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam half asleep, Tomitake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he's been riding, it was... The bicycle in the back belongs to Tomitake-san, doesn't it? Takano-san's eyes. I think they sharpened for a moment.
And why do you think that?
I saw it when I met him before. The frame stood out to me.
But would that be odd? Do you think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike?
Odd? Huh? Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes.
Well, there are no bed and breakfasts in Hinamizawa, are there? Jiro-san would need to be staying in town.
Is that so? Well, I guess that's right, huh?
You can't really walk from town to Hinamizawa, can you? And there are no buses either. You would at least need a bicycle.
She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike.
For Jiro-san's bicycle to be stowed in my car, and have him not there, that would be strange, wouldn't it? It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa without a bike. I'd have to have left Jiro-san somewhere and put his bike in my car, wouldn't I? It wouldn't make sense.
As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. What about that is so odd? Aren't you and Tomitake-san friends? I don't really think it would be strange for there to be some reason you had his bicycle in your car.
But it would be. What I mean is Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense. And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be his. Do you understand now?
Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. But the most wild, instinctive part of me warned me not to pry.
That's my bicycle. Jiro-san picked it out for me, though, so I can't deny that it looks alike.
Ah, I see now. I thought it looked similar.
You and I never saw each other tonight.
And now she was talking about something completely different. What are you talking about?
You and I never saw each other tonight.
I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again.
You and I never met this night. You and I never saw each other tonight.
Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I'd killed a person with my own hands before. Before, I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, and I couldn't hesitate. So I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. I wished I'd never met this woman. The faint sense, like a rotten smell, drifting from this woman, was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose, one that those who actually have risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it a nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as though we never met. Yes. Which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make it so that we'd never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse. If that's fine with you, then sure, whatever. You and I didn't meet this night.
You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it?
And why do you think that? Are you seriously asking me that? You can't figure that out on your own, boy? She cut me off with the condescending word, boy, right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood, coming from both of us. I would be killed right here, right now. Yeah, then I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out on my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. And when I made up my mind, she shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel.
Good. I'm a kind person after all.
What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I had performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Oyashiro-sama's curse, on which the taking of another's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered, as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will, the demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly, they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. That first moment, the very first moment we saw each other, had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove away into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get her into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something, and fly face first into a tree, and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die. And keep your mouth shut for eternity. Because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillights disappeared into the utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel, to draw the curtains on this insane night, to open my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud, and I made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish, squish. Don't worry, Keiichi Maibara. Squish, squish. She'll die. Squish, Squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fire of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves. I wish. I really do. Squish. Huh? Just now. I hadn't taken a step, and yet a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. If there was a footprint that wasn't my own, then it was obvious someone else was behind me. Was someone else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time, I would kill them. I'd kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't think Keiichi's doing alright.
Boy, oh boy.
Actually, this might be the tips that we stop at, maybe? Let's see.
Hello? Do you need the hospital or the fire department? The fire department! Is there a fire or some other accident? Please speak slowly and calmly. I think it's a fire. This is the rest area on the highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountains behind us. Nobody goes back there, so I don't know what anything got lit on fire. Anyway, I figured I should let you know. It could turn into a forest fire. I understand. I need to know exactly where you are, so please tell me your name, phone number we can use to get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire. Notice from the fire department headquarters, we have a report of a suspicious fire on the western slopes of the mountain. Give its distance from the road. It could be a couple's bonfire or some unlawfully burning trash. The location's deep in the woods. No homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Immediately go to the site to verify. Is this the fire station? This is the District Fire Department branch. We arrived moments ago at the reported area. Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum left in the mountains. The fire's calming and there's no chance it'll spread. And, well, in the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like, a person burned with kerosene or something. Well, I think maybe we should get the police over here. There's no mistaking it! This is a person!
Victim of the 5th year.
This year's curse, then? That's what it looks like. He just kills them differently every year, but this is particularly conspicuous, isn't it? Clawing out your own throat. That isn't normal. Let's leave the rest of the old man in forensics. I'm sure he'll find some suspicious drugs. Thank you! Thank you for your hard work. Oh, Oishi-san, Komiyama-san and the others have arrived. Oishi-san, very much appreciated. Well, it seems we have a pretty crazy one this year. Yes, we've been outsmarted. I was absolutely under the impression Teppei Hojo would get killed tonight. Who's the deceased? Jiro Tomitake, photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year. We didn't even have him marked. Wonder what happened. Did they realize we were watching the Hojo residents the whole time and decide to switch up their target? Maybe. We sure flubbed this one. And there are no problems with Teppei Hojo? Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later he left on his motorbike. His daughter came back first. Wait. Has he not come back yet? Is he still out there drinking somewhere? Oishi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasugi. He's on the line in car 1.
Yeah, that is exactly where I wanted to make it before we stopped for tonight. So yeah, I guess we're stopping here for tonight. Now, unfortunately, though I would like to immediately go ahead and just start doing theory talk and doing art, I need to be eating this sandwich. I need to be eating this sandwich so bad. So even though we are at the end, quote unquote, of where we wanted to get to for tonight, I'm going to take a small BRB, and then we can do theory and art time right after. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves about theory stuff, and I'll catch up with it once I'm back from Sandwich. So, BRB.
Yeah, check. You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Okay. I return. And we'll put on this. I come back to the wall of Furudad, which I will have to scroll back up for, but I will read Seditious' super chat real quick. I'm back for the first time in a bit with more Furudad. Just want to make sure before I post it that a 43 message chain won't be too much as a Gucci. Well, yes, it was, definitely. But I will get to it in a moment while I pull up art real quick. I also did want to remind you guys, by the way, because I forgot to bring it up before, but I do have a video coming out tomorrow. It will premiere at, what time did I set that for again? At 5 o'clock, my time. That is Central Standard Time. So, yeah. It's gonna be a fun video. Please, tune in. Had a lot of fun with it. It is a sort of, like, backlog thing talking about literally every movie, TV show, and video game that I experienced last year. Every single one. So that's gonna be fun. It has a couple of little video glitches there, here and there, unfortunately, like visual glitches that I just did not catch in the ironing out process, so please be the nicest viewers ever and pretend that they're not there for me, because I'm so tired and I did not feel like going back and re-rendering and re-uploading the whole thing for those couple of little glitches, so, you know, listen, I do my best, but sometimes we gotta make, country girls make do, you know what I'm saying? Anywho. No, that's not what I meant to open. There we go. Why that expression? Well, why not? I qualify. I'm a country girl. To my chagrin. Don't ask me that question after post. You stay in your lane and I'll stay in mine. Let's see. God damn! This piece of art here is so fucking cool! Oh, there's a really good one in here. I think you guys are gonna really like. Holy shit. God damn. Okay. Let me go to the Discord server real quick. See if there's anything else. From today. Okay. see. Okay, I think that should be everything art-wise. Hold up now. So, let us see. Okay. Let me scroll all the way up. Okay. Time for the 43 message Furudad theory for... I assume this is for Watanagashi, yeah? Okay, yeah. After a break from the Furudad theory, I return with a solution to the second arc, as well as a bonus theory from beyond the dad... bounds of the dad swap. When Keiichi tries to call Satoko and Rika immediately after speaking with Shion, he gets no response, as his dad was home. This fits perfectly, but causes some issues shortly. After the arc is over, they were declared dead and found in the well. Meanwhile, he had seen Keiichi's dad after the night they had supposedly died. But what if that wasn't when they died? The story emphasizes Shion/Mion/woman's estimated times of death right at the end, but it doesn't even slightly note this pair's death times, almost as though it would give too much away. Keiichi's dad is seen before they visit Mion, but they are stopped by Oishi to form a plan of attack. In that time, we have no clue what Keiichi's dad is doing at all. Here, Keiichi's dad could take the mystery van from the studio we can't see, then drove quickly to face Mion before Keiichi could. Since they meet Mion in her home, this fits the time frame better than Rika going to see Mion, then Satoko going to see Mion all before Rena calls Mion to meet up as they check on the pair. Both have motive to protect Keiichi, so Rika having the syringe would have been a part of a sneak attack they'd planned, but one that failed and instead ended up with their swift deaths and disposal into the well before Keiichi, Rena, and Oishi arrived. Considering this is right around the same time frame as if she killed them the night before they went missing, that being a phone call and a short bike ride to the meetup spot, and a strategy planning, then drive about the same distance. It easily is possible for this to line up here. Thus, Rika and Satoko were not dead, but faked their disappearances to catch Mion off guard and strike, with Rena instead analyzing their false alibis and not what they had done that night. Next, we can get into more of why they became his dad in the first place, looking mainly towards Satoko for that motive. We can start by finally pinpointing a cause of death for the father. Satoko's trapped in the mountains. Considering he is an artist who supposedly moved to Hinamizawa partially for inspiration, he definitely went out into the mountains at least once, and that is all it would take. As seen previously, there were some of the most brutal traps, including a pitfall, for example. If one of these traps were to prove fatal, that would hang over Satoko's head forever. If Keiichi's dad were to fall into one, well, she'd feel the need to do something to make up for it. Plus, Satoko had an awful experience with her stepfather, so trying to keep something like that from happening to Keiichi would make sense. And here starts the master plan. Keiichi's mom agrees to cover up the case, similarly to the story of the old man's death in the woods, as she chose to simply pretend he was fine to avoid suspicion, or Satoko getting in prison time over an accident. She could use this to claim her right to her art, as she is the true doujinshi artist, since Rika/Satoko do not go on the trips. In fact, they could have hired someone given the apparent wealth of the Maibaras combined with the Hojo Furude funds, and had someone who matched with no sprite be his dad on work trips. The plan would be then to wait until Keiichi was older, more emotionally stable, to reveal what had actually happened to his father to him. Right now he's a bit not that, so it would go poorly. Just to mention the scene with Kei's dad talking about art with that fan, perfectly logical, as Rika was sitting on a stool with the trench coat covering it up, making it seem like she was standing. She then realized where Keiichi had been called, made an excuse to escape and fled after him, hence why she came from behind on the bike. Additionally, for the disappearance of the foreman, that is also handled by this theory. Satoko and Rika were accidentally scouted for the job since they looked so professional. This would be after the original foreman was scared off, which was covered up by the government officials to avoid making it clear the protests were working. They hired the pair, not telling them the job, but leading them to be stuck with the foreman job against their will, and with a contract that now forbid quitting. Satoko told her parents, but instead of helping her quit, they began supporting the damn project. To get out of the job, they had to fake their deaths. Here they borrow one of Rena's sculptures, the one that like Colonel Sanders, and have it broken apart to act as their body. Then they'd ask Mion if she could help them end the project, explaining their mistake. Mion would use the Sonozaki family's influence to bribe police to help end the damn project, a shared goal. Since only police saw the body and the final suspect is missing, this explains how a director would be able to show up after this moment, either as Satoko or on Rika's shoulders or the original. Lastly, the situation with Mion being a speed demon and Shion's death. This is easily explained in the same way I Eat Tomk was discovered. This is a stretch, but hear me out. Mion Sonozaki is an anagram for I am Sonic Zune. What does this mean? Well, other than like she is Sonic the Hedgehog, a Zune is another word for child. What I am saying is, Mion is the child of Sonic, explaining how she could stab Keiichi and die while pretending to be Shion. Looking at Shion even gives more motive. Shion Sonozaki is an anagram for Ka, his Zun-O, sin. Ka is a word from Egypt referring to a portion of the soul. In this context, it means that the child born from soul is of sin. Shion is not Mion's twin, but their father was cheating on Mion's mother, and Shion was the child born of that relationship. This could even be explained as an arranged marriage given how traditional Hinamizawa is, and they are a Yakuza-esque family. He chose someone he loved, that both bore children the same day, he chose to use that same influence to cover up a baby swap, and potentially a murder of Mion's mother, hence why, despite being the heir of the family, she only lives with her grandmother, as her father always cared for Shion more. Thus, Mion could want Shion to suffer more as she took the affection she wanted from her father away from her. In a way, with her just getting the burden of the family instead, her motive with this sonic speed in mind, she could easily grab Shion after Keiichi passes out, throw her in the well, then pretend to be Shion from then on, until running to Keiichi and stabbing him again. She could then hold on to a ring, preventing her death, and allowing her to survive, falling out of the window similar to the blue blur as seen in the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. He is really good at pretending to be dead for extended periods of time, which would definitely apply here and be passed down genetically, meaning Mion could then actually go to where Keiichi is, in the hospital, and hit him with the hammer or whatever she did, I forgot. That would mean no hallucination. Anyways, that was the Furudad update and the extra very real extra theory. Hope it was worth the wait. Also, I have never read Higurashi, so watching this and thinking Furudad is just wild. It's perfect. You solved it. I really I mean, you know, is there even a reason to continue streaming this series at this point? I don't know. Oh my god. Seditious. You truly... Furudad theory has overtaken your brain in a way that I think has been hitherto unseen up until this point in history by anyone, and I applaud you for it. I applaud your efforts. I think that you should keep doing this. I think you'll be able to make it all work by the end. I have faith. I believe and trust in the plan. Alright. Oh, jeez. Mion being Sonic's child and sharing a father with Shion implies Sonic and Preg, by the way. It was not planned, though. No, you know, it's fine. So, okay, let's read some of what everybody else is saying. Donkey Monkey. In the Discord, I've mentioned my suspicions of Keiichi's Chapter 1 paranoia being caused by a drug from the hospital Takano works for. Now the footsteps just like Chapter 1, and he was asleep in Takano's car. Fair point. Fair point. Let's see, was there anything else from before Furudad? If Takano genuinely killed Tomitake, what was her motive? Was her death suicide, or did someone else get to her? Who knows? Yeah, it seems as though there was a pause in the theorizing. Everybody, please continue, by all means. I have a theory Keiichi would get the meatball sub from Subway as a joke, I think. As a joke? What do you mean? He intends to eat that whole thing. I had a theory about the phone call. Should I repost? Yeah, feel free. Let's see. Ooh. Felt a little dizzy there for a second. Also, I'm allowed to speculate because I don't actually know anything here, but I think Keiichi actually called Shion on the phone. Okay. Interesting. How advanced was phone tracking in the 80s? Because I genuinely think the phone call from the school is going to get Keiichi caught since it incriminates the school faculty and the students. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know how good it would have been. Like, well, because the thing, too, I guess, is like, I don't know. It would also depend on whether or not, like, assuming that they do have, like, a thing where you can check the phone records or whatever, I guess it would also just depend on whether or not the police would even think of, like, oh, did he have any suspicious calls, you know? Like, if there would be anything to lead them to wonder about that in particular. But I also, yeah, I don't know how readily accessible that stuff was in the 80s. I would have to look it up to make sure. Actually kind of curious if I can just Google search this. Okay. So yeah, it says, tracing phone calls before the advent of digital was a long-winded and labor-intensive process. It required following the physical connection back from the receiving subscriber's phone. First, the engineer, the only part the police would play in the process of requesting the trace, would find the line used at the exchange. This was the easy part. That line then had to be followed visually back through the banks of uniselectors to the point where it entered the exchange. In a small exchange, this would identify the calling sub, and Bob was your uncle. If not, then you would have to see where that call was coming from. This could either be a nearby local exchange or a trunk circuit, possibly both in that order. The trunk circuit had to be identified and then followed back to its origin, possibly going through several other exchanges on its way. At each point, the line would be checked to see if it was the right one. With the director system, several more stages would be needed. I was once asked to monitor a line that needed to be traced, although it was a local call. Finding the actual phone that called took, I think, over half an hour, listening to a silent line apart from the engineer asking, is this the one, every so often, and he went back through the system. I can't remember why the trace was needed, but they got it eventually. Yeah, so it seems like it was definitely possible, but tedious. Uh, 100% serious theory. Keiichi is a future isekai protagonist. This is why he keeps almost getting hit by cars. One day they shall get him. I mean, Everything else seems to get him well enough at this point. You know, hammer, ghost hammer, phone booth. You know, cars will have to get in there somewhere. Any thoughts about what Takano might have been up to? Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like everybody in chat is kind of unified in what they're thinking about what Takano was doing, but I am curious to know if there's anybody who has a different opinion about what was going on there, other than just thinking she's a murderer. I'm just wondering. Also, Oishi is such a bastard. He was already suspecting Satoko. She's going to be his main suspect. Yeah, one would hope not, but you know, never put anything past Oishi, right? Takano was talking with a woman, and it was a woman's bike, but she wants to cover up woman's existence since woman killed someone, and Takano doesn't want any blame to go back to her. Okay. Like, any specifics, lol, or maybe the murder vibes are a misread. I mean, like, I'm not saying anybody is misreading anything, necessarily. I'm just saying that, like, I was just curious if there was anybody in the chat that specifically had a thought of, like, I don't think that's what she was doing, this is what I think she was doing. Because I just kind of felt like that was the leading opinion. I was just wondering if there was any additional ones lingering around. I'm not saying that you need to have a different one, I'm just saying I was curious if there were other ones. Maybe she was aiding and abetting in crime separate from but related to the Moitas. The Moitas. Takano was having spicy gay sex with Tomitake's bicycle. You can't be saying that. Does that mean that the bicycle is female? They're having Yuri? Bike Yuri? But it's Takano's bike, not Tomitake's. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Takano could have his bike if she found his body, or it could be that she took the bike after they broke into the warehouse, and that's why she's acting suspicious. Yeah, fair enough. Obviously, we've seen how badly it went before when people found out that they had broken into the storehouse, so probably best not to want that to happen. All bicycles are girls, but this discussion isn't appropriate right now. Alright! I'll take your word for it. On second thought, why did I say that? Good question! Wait, is Tomitake just in the trunk? She said it was full, but we never saw in it. Did she kill him, then stage it like he clawed out his throat and then was moving the body? That would be pretty freaky, wouldn't it? Just imagining Keiichi sitting in her car, being like, oh my god, fuck, I killed somebody, what if she finds out? And she's sitting in the driver's seat like, oh my god, fuck, I killed somebody, what if he finds out? Oh my god. That's such a funny mental image. I need somebody to, like, draw the, like, you know, the fucking, like, you know that, that manga the manga meme. I think it's the original panel is taken from Mob Psycho, but like the dialogue is altered. It might be something else. I can't remember. But the like, oh, why does so and so call you baby girl? It's like, how about we stop talking now? But it's that, but it's like Keiichi and Takano. It's just like, why is there a bike in the back of your car? Let's stop talking now. Quick, Takano, act natural. So did you bury the body deep enough? Flawless. Maybe Takano's sense of humor is just so astronomically bad that she finds it hilarious to pretend to be a murderer in front of an actual murderer. I mean, honestly, that kind of game, not gonna lie, it would kind of, it'd be unexpected. It would kind of go hard. Maybe if I were faced with that same situation, I would do the same thing. Just like in the car with somebody I suspect to be a murderer, I'd be like, yeah, I may have buried the body kind of shallow, but I don't know. like you, man, you get what I mean, right? You understand? Like trying to relate, trying to rib. He was like, yeah, that's how it is for people like us. You understand? Takano is so normal. She has disorders that only normal people have, as opposed to ones normal people don't. That's true. That's true. Gun. Okay. I know that we haven't gotten to much theory stuff, but I think that we should probably move things along, because I got things to be doing tonight. And I have to get to bed at a slightly reasonable time, since, once again, like I said, I have a video premiering tomorrow that you should watch. Please, 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 please. Ha ha ha, twirls my hair, thank you. Okay. I will get to art now. So, let's get that off, and pull this up. We might not even be able to make conjectures. That's true. That is fair. Okay, anywho, art time. Okay, so first up, from Chiyoko. This woman is definitely hiding something significant, but always seems to die before she can elaborate. Yeah, the story of the century, isn't it? Dies, does not elaborate. Kind of true of a lot of people in Higurashi, now that I come to think about it. This is very good, though. Love the pose, love the expression. It's very fitting for resident mysterious woman. Very, very good art, Chiyoko. Also really like that you included her little ribbon that unfortunately the console art does not include. I'm not sure why, but I'm glad that you included it in your drawing of her here. Very, very good. Love the color scheme too, honestly. It's just like, it's something that you don't often really like think about, I guess, but I think the green and pink with her just looks really, it's just fun. It's very recognizable. It stands out very well for a character that might otherwise kind of fade into the background sometimes. Anywho. Next up, from Tumblr, we have this from Schrodinger's Cat Girl. That's Schrodinger's dash Cat Girl. Been feeling down recently, so I doodled Rena with my sadness. Sorry, girl, I love you. Wanted to draw some silly Kami Renas, but I'm so depressed right now, lol. On the bright side, I kind of like this. Yeah, it's really cute. Like, I really like your art style. I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing so well. I hope you feel better sometime soon. I mean, I get it. I've I've also been having a rough time for reasons that I think are probably predictable. But we're gonna keep on shouldering through, and hopefully, if this reading series can make things even slightly more tolerable for any of you guys out there as we go, then I will have done my job as well as I can in that regard, I guess. So, hope you get to feeling better. But very cute doodle. You did a great job with this. Very, very nice art style. Next, speaking of great art styles, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Finally moved back to my apartment after the fire, so didn't have a lot of leftover energy this week, but I'm really glad I managed to draw something small for the stream. The littlest guys. Aww. This is so cute. And, oh, I didn't even realize that that's, that you were dealing with that. I'm sorry to hear about that, Dingo's Trash. That sucks. Glad that you're doing all right, though. And I mean, hey, you know, it's a little something, but I mean, even doing a little something during a hard time like that is kind of impressive. Your art is as fantastic as it always is, and this is really cute. The posing and the colors are really, really good. Armek with the Canadian $20. Gonna dip. Thanks for giving me an accessible way to discover my new favorite author, and for your amazing voice acting. Glad I could catch up with y'all here. This was a great first live experience. It was so great to have you. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is really good, as always, Dingo's Trash, thank you. And I hope that everything goes swimmingly for you, in the near future. Definitely. Next up, we have this from the Death Dash Bird. What if Rena was a Gauntlet Knight? Totally a good thing for her. Special abilities, cute mode. Her obsession with cute things gives her enough speed to rival the fastest jets and enough strength to lift the Statue of Liberty without the need of a gauntlet alone. Once she goes into her cute mode, the only outcome of getting between her and her goal is certain death. Credit to Donkey for the writing part. This is great. Like the Colonel Sanders shoulder plate is really doing it for me. That's... I think that this should be official. I think that this is how her gauntlet should actually look. If Ryukishi ever does any crossover art between Higurashi and Kikonia, that's how Rena should look, for sure. Very, very good. Next, we have this from new-art-blog. Nothing particularly polished for art, but I felt compelled to draw the Pop Team Epic meme, especially since I've been waiting to hear the voicing on this one ever since the Higurashi stream started. One of the moments ever. Your motherfucking life ends 1,500 seconds from now. Tepe, I don't want to draw him. Jeez. I find it very entertaining that that somebody has been waiting on me to do that part in particular. It's kind of fun to hear that there are, like, I don't know, it's just like, I know it's like, haha, funny, but like, I don't know, there's a part of me that feels a little honored that it's like, you know, that there are parts of the story that, like, people remember so well that they like, and that they want to hear me do them. Like, that's just, it's nice. It's very nice. I appreciate it. I'm very flattered, and this is fucking really funny. I love that meme in particular. I mean, I love Pop Team Epic in particular, but this one especially is one of my favorites, so this is very good. Next, yes, this is the one that I thought looked so cool. This is from Kitsu-Smiek, that's KITSU-SMIEC on Tumblr, 1,500 seconds. Submitting this on Tumblr in case the post on Discord was pushed too far back works in tandem with the Furudad Steel Chair gif. When I went through this scene the first time, all I could think is, Keiichi, please don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. Further fucking me up was realizing I am siding with the curse, in a sense. This chapter is so good in realizing why people would want a curse to be real. Those were basically my initial thoughts throughout the chapter. Satoko, may no harm come to you anymore. And I'll get to the next part of your post in a second, but I just wanted to take a second to really appreciate this art because, God, the colors, the posing, the way, like, this all is rendered, like, just absolutely fucking crazy good. Like, damn, genuine. Oh, yeah, Raibko. Like, you should be fucking so proud of yourself for this one. You did a fantastic job. Just everything about this comes together so well. The mood is so well rendered. The eyes facing the sky that just, ugh, yeah. This is really good. I haven't seen very many pieces of fan art for this scene before, and honestly, of the few that I have seen, I think this is one of the best. Like, just hands down. Great shit. So fucking good. And then follow up with... Hold on, let me zoom in on this a little bit. Fruit up at the steel chair! Yay! Bonus for dad gift from the Discord to exemplify my feels. Very good. Very well done. Next up from the Discord, we have this from Pining Tree. Have some comfort food. Aw. The baby. Where? Next, we have these from Evie Curry, I believe. Yes? Hold on. I have to disable streamer mode so that I can actually see your username. Yes, from Evie Curry. Silly Happy Satoko whip, unrelated to what's happening in the story right now. Aw. Da baby. Also, I like the little sneakers. I think it's a fun thing to give to her design. It accentuates color-wise somewhat nicely as well. By the way, I just posted something just now in the Discord. Yes, I will get to the new things when I get to the end of the old things. Yeah, the expressions, the color, always fantastic work from you, Evie. Very good. Next, for Dad from Gloomy Squids. Honey, why did you answer that question our son asked? Fru Dad is concerned about their son's sudden interest in murder mysteries. Hey Mom, how does one get away with a perfect crime? Remembers class the other day. Why does he want to know? Why does he want to know? That's really good. Jeez. Rika's doing so much hard work, pulling overtime to make Furudad work while Satoko is away. Thank you, Gloomy. Very good. Yes, speaking of Gloomy, this is also from Gloomy. An old Keiichi cosplay of mine. Just remembered that I took these partially based on Chapter 3 and Chapter 1. Hopefully one day I'll be able to redo this cosplay. I found a metal bat in my garage recently, and very cool. Yep, this is a really good cosplay, honestly. You did a really good job. I mean, like, I know obviously, like, Keiichi is not not dripped out in a manner that is super difficult to replicate, I suppose, but like it's still very Keiichi, still very good. Okay, now I need to get to the new stuff. First off, we have this from Dav at Space Caribou. Keiichi totally having a normal one there. I definitely think he's having a great mental health day. Like all of us. So good. This is very good. I feel like you're just overall, like, posing and, like, general, like, coloring and stuff just keeps getting better with time, Dav. I recently, when I was, like, scrolling back through the Umi and Echo streams to grab footage of it for the video that's coming out tomorrow, I found the part where you had submitted your first art, where you were like, this is the first time I have ever done digital art ever, and it was Gamer Curie. And I remember thinking that was crazy, because I was like, wow, that's really good for a first time doing digital art. That's, like, fucking insane. So, like, yeah, we love to see it. We love to see growth. From Atropos, we have this. Okay, I am drawing more, and it's definitely not going to be in a meme. Haven't liked the rest of the drawings I did, but this one is cute. No. Very cute. This is very good. We love to see that smile. And last but not least, this doodle from Evie. Why do you have a bike in your trunk? How about we stop talking for a while? with the Tommy talking in the background. Oh my god. This is so good. This is really, really good. Holy shit. Her expression is so perfect. I love the way you draw her, by the way, actually, Evie. She's really cute in your art style. I say, she's very cute. the most insane woman you've ever met in your entire life. She's so cute. But, you know, but, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that just reveals something about my taste in women. Who knows? This is very good. Jeez. Rahela, these were posted in the Discord server. But, yeah, this is really good. Thank you. And let's scroll through one more time for good measure. Just let everybody see all the good art that was submitted. Very, very cool and good. Great time. Tough stretch of chapters here tonight, but hey, at least for better and for worse. And knowing this arc, a lot of it's gonna be for the worst. This arc will be ending next Friday. So prepare yourself for that mentally, and then you'll have a week break to deal with the fallout and prepare for the one after. So, yeah, thank you all once again so much for watching. I've had a great time, and next Tuesday, I'll be... well, actually, okay, let me go in order here of things. New video tomorrow. Remember to watch that. It'll be fun. Next stream is on Tuesday. That'll just be a chill stream because we're on our off week for Tuesdays. So we're going to be playing Sonic CD and Psycho Pomp Gold, both in one stream. That's going to be fun. And then next Friday, we will be ending off to Higurashi. It's going to be a blast. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Until we next see each other, don't get curse murdered out there. I hear it's bad for your skin. Alright, see you later. Bye!